Shalom. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Hello there. I was kind of thinking, okay. So one reason I am streaming right now is because I was expecting the Bible study to be right now, and apparently it's not. I don't know what's going on. And yes, CW, I actually do expect this to be one of Jacob's greatest hits. By the way, CW, it would be kind of nice if you would jump on. It's been a long time since we've spoken, and I have been trying desperately to get you to stream again. Desperately. And my copy of Duties of the Heart is right there. Just saying. Okay. Furry Davidson this week does not have a Bible study. I see. I figured he probably would have. Unfortunately, I don't catch all the material on my channel. We apparently Clara might be jumping on herself. Yesterday she did a stream which triggered me, but almost everything triggers me these days. And I just thought it was a good. I've been thinking a lot about what was about what she said and a lot of other things in conjunction, and obviously it always comes back to the Trinity because it always comes back to monotheism. And as I have said since the very beginning, when you start with 1 = 3, you will inevitably end up with 2 + 2 = 5. When you start with 1 = 3, you will inevitably end up with 2 + 2 = 5. Because in order to have a sensible worldview, you must be a monotheist. Monotheism is, in fact, the most important thing. That's why the Bible puts it so central. And as a Christian, you should be able to agree with that, even as a Trinitarian Christian, because anyone who has given serious thought to the problem of the Trinity realizes that, according to everyone, the vast majority of Christians are heretics. If you are Eastern Orthodox, the filioque, which a vast majority of Christians believe in, is it's, call it modalism, call it whatever you want. It's a heretical understanding of the Trinity. And even if you don't even have to go even into the actual doctrinal disagreements between various Christians. The fact is, the vast majority of Christians, Andre agrees with me. It is heretical. Even the vast majority of Christians, they just simply don't know enough to answer basic questions about the Trinity, and almost all of them, fall into various forms of modalism, etc. Right? And this is important. And it relates to everything else that I've been talking about, including Clara's stream yesterday, which you might not see the connection, the through put there, but hopefully I'm helping make all of these connections, and part of why I do this is just to understand things myself, right? But if you watch the discussion yesterday, Clara started by reading this article, which I almost looked up, and frankly, maybe I should have, and engaged it directly. But I'm sure. I mean, I have ripped things like this to shreds so many times, and it's just another example of what is. Yeah, I was thinking about that exact video, right? See the St. Patrick Explains the Trinity video by Luther and Satire. I was thinking of that exact video, right? But when you start with 1 equals 3, you will end up with 2 plus 2 equals 5. What do I mean by that? 1 equals 3 is the Trinity, frankly, but let's say a heretical understanding of the Trinity, so even Trinitarian Christians can agree with me. You're going to end up with 2 plus 2 equals 5, which is the essence of wokeness. It is the essence of wokeness. Let me find this tweet. Did they take it down? Here it is. Here it is. And frankly, yeah, people play that game all the time. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. Let me make it even bigger, right? So this tweet is the quintessence of what's wrong with our society. And have you ever thought to yourself, this is from the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, August 30th, 2020. So this was the middle of COVID. This is Harvard School of Public Health in the middle of COVID. Have you ever thought to yourself, how do I know that 2 plus 2 equals 4? Why isn't it 2 plus 2 equals 5? PhD student Kareem Carr talks about numbers and abstractions with popular mechanics. Popular mechanics, right? The best in tech, science, aerospace, do-it-yourself, and auto news. Popular mechanics. These are our institutions. These are our institutions. Oh, Sam, I would love for you to jump on. It's funny because quintessence means 5 essences. Yeah. Does it actually? Does it? That makes it extra funny. I guess that it has to do with the 4 whatchamacallits and then the 5th. Okay. Okay, back to this and how it relates to Clara and wokeism and everything that's going on. And Baghdad Bob. Don't let me forget Baghdad Bob. Because, as I have eternally told all of you, I live with PTSD from having been a child in Iran in the early days of the revolution. Um, uh, did they actually teach you that? Did they, Sam? Did they? Um, what does Clara have to do with wokeism, though? Oh, Clara, jump on when you feel ready. When you're caught up, we'll talk. But let me explain all of this. So to understand Jacob and who Jacob is and what Jacob does, I was born in 1977 in Tehran. In 1979 was the revolution, and the Islamic Revolution in Iran. And in 1983, my family tried to leave for the first time. We were caught. My father was convicted of being a Zionist spy, for which we thought it was possible that he would be put to death. We were not aware at the time that some 3,000 Jews, including somebody I met later when I was studying political science at USC, he was a doctoral student. And he had been 14 years old at the time that my dad was convicted of being a Zionist spy, and he had been similarly, along with my dad, convicted of being a Zionist spy at the age of 14. By the way, apparently over the last week, Iran has been executing many people. I've heard the number hundreds. I find that hard to believe, but tens definitely, of people for being Zionist spies. And obviously, the fact that they found all of these Zionist spies during the war should not Zionist spies. I dare say I doubt any of the people being put to death are Zionist spies, but that's a whole other thing. My dad only served 6 months in jail, which should tell you why how much they believed he was actually a Zionist spy. By the way, my family has been living in, at least parts of my family have been living in Iran for thousands of years. Possibly as far back as the Babylonian captivity. And in 84, 85, we left, got here in 85. And so this was very formational to who I am and what's happened in my life, which included one of the things coming to the United States. I have always been so grateful that the United States is not the shithole I came from. And I do mean that literally. When Donald Trump said shithole countries, like I was like, you got it, man. You got it. You got it. And when I came to the United States, I had very difficult time understanding why things were so different, why the United States is so different from Iran. The process of acculturation to American culture was itself, and necessarily, I mean, immigration is traumatic. Unfortunately, we don't recognize that. That's another thing I could get into. And so I have been driven Oh, are you kidding? The Shah was a Freemason. There are definitely Freemasons in Iran. Oh, there are Freemasons in Iran. Iran may be one of the few places in the world where the Freemasons are still very political. So I'm like, are you? I don't know if that was a random shot in the dark or you actually know, but yeah, the Freemasons are actually like in any oppressive society. Yeah. Um, okay. Back to everything. Um, so I have been studying what makes the American society functional with the type of fear that only somebody with PTSD could possibly, like an obsessive desire to know why the United States is the safe haven that it is, with an obsessive fear that it would stop being um, what it has a capacity to be, and um, with a genuine love for the United States and a genuine hatred of what caused um, the world I was born into to be the hellscape that it was. I can give you details, and I have many things which would shock you. There are things I tell people about my childhood which make people doubt that it's true and claim that I am some weird Zionist spy, etc., etc., etc. Whereas people from Iran know that it's perfectly true, and it's not. I am not, in no way exaggerating. And because Americans cannot, it is it is a world so far away that as a young man, as a child, I learned to keep quiet about um, the details, the facts of what Iran was like, because Americans simply could not understand them. They could not understand them. It's just too far away. Give one a small one. Um, I went to a Jewish school because our um, I went to a Jewish school because in Iran everything is segregated by religion. Everything is segregated by religion. Everything is segregated by religion. But Baha'i people are not allowed to go to college, are not able to go to college in Iran. That is by design. One of my cousins teaches a an online university started by the Baha'i religion to allow um, Baha'i young people in Iran to get um, an education. One of my cousins teaches at that online university. I want you to comprehend what that means. Wow, it's Clara. Clara.
Oh, I didn't mean to
Clara or
interrupt.
Clara?
Clara.
Clara. I'm sorry. You're not interrupting because this is expository speaking.
Yeah, but you were talking about. I heard you were talking about your cousin who's teaches online to Baha'i
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. So she has think she got her PhD from Oxford, something like that. Really smart. A lot of like, I am the black sheep of the family. I do not have a doctorate. Um, so she, yeah. So she, a segment of my family is Baha'i, and she teaches an online university that was started so that Baha'i people in Iran can get an education, because you cannot be a religious Baha'i and go to college, right? And I went. Well, Yehuda Israel, you have what you call it. You have admin privileges, so you could jump in. I haven't opened it up with the link because I do want. I mean, I want to keep this conversation a little higher level than usual, which is why I invited Clara.
Wow, Jacob, I'm honored.
You're one of the smart ones.
I
No,
wanted
this
to look
is
popely today.
with the White Sox.
That's right.
And what does the Y have to do with the Pope?
Well, surely the Pope is in favor of the Y. Maybe he likes to work out. I don't know.
I thought the Y was were very Protestant. At one point they were, I think.
I'm sure they were.
Yeah. Um, Yon, God be good. And Yoav, glad to hear you're safe in Londonistan, which is another thing we could talk about, which is New Yorkistan. Okay, so I am trying to explain the bedrock frame, the Weltanschauung from which I come from, and my formative experiences, which lead me to view things as in a Dr. Shara. If you wanted to join, you would definitely make. Do you know Dr. Shara?
Yeah.
That would elevate the conversation. We would have real academics here. What?
I mean, I see this sort of class division in your mind, like, oh, academic, non-academic. Really, I'm in a liminal space. Okay, I go to Notre Dame.
Well, hold on. Academic. Okay. There is definitely a wow. Yehuda Israel decided to join. Yehuda Israel. This is going to be a strange addition. I actually have not spoken to Yehuda Israel that much. Yehuda is a very young man who has a YouTube channel, which I would compare to, and I hope Lahabdil Elef Avdalot, I hope this doesn't insult you, but to a Orthodox Jewish redeemed Zoomer.
Zoomer?
Yeah.
I thought I'm a millennial. I'm not a Zoomer.
Oh, okay. So it's unredeemed millennial.
What do you mean by unredeemed? Sorry.
Do you know Redeemed Zoomer? Do you know that channel?
No.
So he is a young man who does Minecraft videos with a dab of theology, and he got very involved in the whole debate space. He's popular among the Protestants around here.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the best way I've been able to explain your channel to people. So I am supportive of your endeavor, which is why I gave Yehuda admin privileges to my StreamYard, because hopefully he's going to be streaming more. And I highly recommend pulling up his channel. Was there anything particular you wanted to chime in about or ask about?
Oh, well, thank you for your support and all that. Oh, I was just kind of jumping in just to kind of figure out I feel bad because you gave me, like the opportunity to, do material and stuff. It's hard to do lives, honestly, because like I guess the workday doesn't always, like lend itself well. I like to have more control, but like, yeah, it's nice to jump on it. I don't know. You're talking about Iran and sorry, I don't mean to get like personal. Like you said that you have like you had an education. I jumped in at a very weird time when you were talking about something about like education systems in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Do you said you have family that
So I have family who converted to be Baha'i.
mhm,
Large segments of the Baha'i population were formerly Jewish,
yeah.
um, and so I have one particular cousin. So to help people understand the differences between Iranian society and Western society, the example I decided to give was about the segregation by religion, right? So I went to a Jewish school as a child. That Jewish school was run by the government, and the principal was a Muslim, and all the teachers were Muslim. And we had weekly attempts to convert us to Islam. Every morning during morning exercises, and I've written about this at length, but uh, every morning during morning exercises, we yelled death to America, death to Israel. I was in the first grade. This is the first grade.
It's like the Pledge of Allegiance, except inverted, completely
Yeah,
backwards.
yeah. No, it was. There was an American flag and an Israeli flag painted on the entrance of the school, so that you had to walk on them in order to um, in order to come into school. Right? This is a Jewish school. You have to walk on a Magen David in order to come to school. Right?
Yeah, it's nuts.
And I mean it is a yeah, so like when I came to the United States, like talking to my friends about this stuff, like they didn't even understand it. How could they? It was so far beyond their um their comprehension, right? Because like it was so outside anything they had experienced. And so, I mean, if you look at my history, especially my academic history, you will see that trying to understand this, trying to understand what was going on, and how the United States is so much better. And the only word for it is better. Like if you can't, so I'll tell you about. So when I was doing my JD at USC, I decided to do a joint Master's of Public Administration, and the person who was teaching Public Administration 500, which was the introductory course you took into public administration, was actually uh, the professor was actually Persian, and he felt that his job, and apparently he had been appointed for the job of introducing us to how to think as graduate students in critically understanding things. And this was right after 9/11. Um, And he decided that part of teaching us to be graduate students was to talk about how it is wrong for us to morally judge Osama bin Laden.
Oh wow, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's funny. Well, now it feels that way in America when you like people are like reassessing, like Mustache Man.
Well,
Like
yeah. I
we're
mean,
going through that.
but you have to understand that academia, like, where, I learned it from the Hebrew, but it's apparently originally Russian. Hadag Masriach min harosh. The a a fish starts stinking from the head, right?
Right.
And whether or not that's literally true, the fact is that when that which is leading your society and academia, right, that's what academia is supposed to do. They are the thinkers of our society. They lead, they are the thought leaders of our society. And when there is rot in academia, as there is, that's when society falls apart.
Jacob, can I interject here?
Yes.
When we talk about this, this not judging Osama bin Laden, I wonder if we could think about it, just to throw a different perspective on it. One way that I've heard this being talked about is suspending judgment. So if I hear something strange or weird or see something different, instead of jumping right to my own initial sort of gut thinking, maybe what I would do would be to just sort of suspend judgment and learn more about Osama bin Laden. I wonder if that's maybe not just another way of thinking about that.
Of course it is. That's exactly how he presented it. And that's why I spent the next 3 hours debating with my professor.
I've been there before. I have had many debates with professors over the years.
About exactly what was going on here.
Sure. Okay. So
And
what
and
happened?
Well, I mean, it was part of my red pilling, right? And it is part of my belief about why academia has to be destroyed.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And I understand that you're trying to red pill me. So,
Well, I mean, I'm trying to. Well, right now, I'm actually just trying to get my thoughts together. But expository dialogue is an important thing. But there's, I mean, when we look at what's going on in the world, what is going on in the world, Zohran Mamdani, sorry, winning an election in the United States feels.
He hasn't won yet. He hasn't won yet. He only won the Democratic primary.
He's won one election. Now he hasn't become mayor, but I remember when I was a kid, David Duke was running for governor of Louisiana or senator.
I think he was a representative. I've done extensive. David Duke was my first rabbit hole into like anti-Jewish stuff, like about a decade ago when I got into the counter missionary stuff. I also rabbit holed a little bit into that, so I know a lot about David Duke. By the way, Candace Owens is basically a black female David Duke. Like everything she's saying, I have heard before. David Duke's YouTube channel was like, kicked up.
Okay, I mean, Candace Owens is a whole other thing. I've been following her career for way too long. But David Duke, I don't think he was ever, he may have been a state representative, something like that. But when he What? Oh, by the way, I am expecting an important phone call. If that happens, I'm going to have to take it. But
I might have to go. I'm not sure if we're doing mincha at work today or not. So usually we do 2:15. So
how old are you?
I'm a millennial. I told you I'm a millennial.
How old are you?
Well, you could figure it out from that. I'm
No,
like
I don't want to figure it out. How old are you?
you could whatever. I don't like to, I
Give
like to.
me an age range
We'll,
that has
we'll,
3 years
talk in
in
the
it.
back chat. Whatever, 30s. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so are you married?
We had this discussion before, but
You don't want to dox yourself that much? Okay.
whatever.
Why? What? See, this is the thing. Don't be afraid. There's like
Shalom bias. Shalom bias. Okay.
Shalom bias. Okay. Oh, I understand. Okay, yeah. Hezi has similar problems. His wife calls me and the rest of us his Jesus friends. I never imagined being called somebody's Jesus friend. But back to the okay. Back to the matter. Where was I? I was explaining.
David Duke and yeah.
When David Duke became prominent in U.S. Politics, right? Politics. He was not very. He did not get very far. My father was ready to pack his bags because he was seeing a resurgence of a similar thing as happened in Iran when we had to leave. And my father was one of the last people to leave. He left after the revolution, as opposed to the people who left before the revolution, who, were my father actually. So he got his bachelor's degree at Technion in Haifa in Israel, and he went back to Iran, got married, had kids, right? So he had decided to go back to Iran, and I think in many ways he recognizes that probably wasn't the right choice. I mean, it is what it is. But so when my dad, he saw the rise of David Duke to the degree that there was, he was like, are we having to move again? And I have to say, when the campus protests, the pro-Hamas encampments at UCLA, this was for the Persian Jewish community traumatic. When I went to my nephew's graduation at Georgetown, and it was completely overtaken by the Islamists, and this was very upsetting to my entire family. And there's a video of me that semi went viral, screaming at the pro-Hamas idiots. And so, I mean, this, especially with what's going on with Israel and Iran, with everything that's going on, I mean, I have to say, in a very real sense, this is like triggering my PTSD, right? Jacob lives.
Well, yeah, for sure. No, I've experienced. Look, I have. There's SY Jews that also have described similar experiences coming from, growing up in Syria and coming, like, basically exactly what you just described to me.
Well, I mean, if like the Canary Mission, people who know that, right? there is a very real sense, which I think it is true, that the Jews are the canaries in the coal mine. They are. We have always functioned that way in broader society.
In countries, yeah, where right, when like a country's on the verge of like, you're right, I gotcha.
Yeah, when things get bad to for the Jews, eventually they get very bad for everybody else. And I mean, that's certainly a part of all of this. Okay, so to explain, I mean, I am giving all of this prologue to make people understand that it's not that I haven't interrogated my Weltanschauung. It's not that I haven't studied, I haven't critically evaluated what my biases might be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And I want to establish my bona fides before I say, okay, I am doing all of the looking, right? Jacob lives in a bubble, right? It's like, excuse me, like, I may be the least bubble-licious person you know. I certainly believe that, and to the degree that I am unable to give the counter arguments, you know what? There are things I have no idea, no reason to deal with. Goodbye. To the degree that there's something more I need to know, please do let me know. But there comes a time when you have to say, okay, there are limits. There are limits, right? Facts matter. And that's what brought me to Baghdad Bob, the woke right, and the Trinity about Clara's discussion. Because Clara ended up asking Michael Sartori, and I think it was Matt C., don't facts matter? And they didn't give the response that I would, which is, these are people who ask us, what is a woman? These are people who tell us 2 plus 2. Why isn't it 2 plus 2 equals 5? We're just asking questions. We're just asking questions. Just asking questions. I theoretically, what's wrong with a PhD student talking about theoretically what like 2 plus 2 equals 5?
Right, exactly. No, of course, there's limits in terms of, because what happens, the whole thing goes back to trust. This is what I've found in my discussions, in counter missionary circles, Jews versus Christians, Israel versus Palestine. There's a certain extreme bias that everybody that wants to, most people having the conversation already have a pretty polarized position on it, usually. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you have people that are more Parav in the middle, but it's kind of rare. Usually the people that are at least loud already have a position made up, and that's fine. I mean, obviously,
well, part of the problem is internet culture makes it very, very difficult and painful and costly. I mean, for people to engage in a conversation unless they are very invested.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
Like, so the deafening silence on the internet. So one thing that I have noticed is a huge feature of the problem of the internet is, if you say something incredibly stupid in a room full of smart people and nobody knows what to say to you, and nobody knows what to say to you, then like not every, like, people are like, okay, was it so dumb they're not responding, or was it so smart that they're not responding? And you can usually see on their face if all of the smart people are like, oh my God, you're an idiot, silently. People understand that. But when on the internet you say something so stupid nobody responds to you,
that's a win in
it's
their
a
minds.
win. It's a
Right.
win. It's a win. And that, and like, how often are you going to say, oh my God, that is so stupid? And that's part of like what my channel is for. And frankly, I
Right.
mean, I think you see it in the Orthodox Jewish context. There are
100%.
people who say, like, the rabbis, but the rabbis that you know, like Rabbi Breitowitz, like, he
Mhm.
never says anything bad about anyone. Like,
He's
he
very Parv. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
he
Yeah, that's
is
why people love him.
so
They go to yeshiva, they go to like,
well.
Maslon Yaakov or Sameach, and they're like, oh yeah,
It's
Rabbi Breitowitz.
it's not that he doesn't have opinions. He does. But like, he doesn't view
It's
it.
fluff. It's fluff.
It's
That's what.
not just fluff. No, don't misunderstand Rabbi Breitowitz. Please, I love that man like you wouldn't believe.
Like I know. Look, look. I apologize for like, what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I have this frustration with the entire rabbinic, like, obviously, I'm an Orthodox Jew. I respect the authority of a rabbi.
Right.
What you're saying is the core of why I can't stand the way we represent ourselves, is that we think that we don't flesh things out to the degree that it could be. We don't understand our audience. We understand it internally. Like, oh, amongst other Jews, we get what this means. The problem is we live in a world that isn't just Jews. It isn't just, trying to get other Jews to understand the way we live in the world with everybody. And the way the rabbinic Orthodox world presents things is very internal and very isolationist. And even the ones that don't, like Chabad, are just kind of caricatured by people because they're not even necessarily representative. As a modern Orthodox Jew, every time I engage in a conversation with a Christian, I have to explain that I don't believe that the Rebbe is Mashiach because they've popularized, you know what I'm saying? And it's just
This picture
so
of the
frustrating for
Yanuka?
me.
This picture of the Yanuka used to be that picture of the Rebbe that I've had forever.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up having to take it down because the Mashiachist in Chabad. And frankly, I have to say, I mean, you remember the tunnel thing with 770?
Yes. I made a video on that with who was that guy? Famous Richard, that piece of excrement that like keeps going to jail. I don't know. I made a video about this guy. He went to 770 and started like, he dressed like a Lubavitcher.
Right.
I gotta ask you guys something. Are you guys triggered by what is the deal with non-Jewish people not being able to pronounce Lubavitch? Why does it, like, including Candace Owen, like, is it like a passive aggressive? They say Chabad, they can say Chabad, but now they can't. They figured out how to say the H, but they can't say Lubavitch. It's always, you know how they pronounce it?
No.
Lubavitch.
Hold on. Within Chabad, we also say Chabad Lubavitch.
We say Lubavitch. We don't say
No.
Lubavitch.
No,
Not
Lubavitch
Lubavitch.
is
I've never heard anybody pronounce
that's
it
the
Lubavitch.
Russian way of saying it. No.
I've never heard it
Lubavitch
before.
is fine. Lubavitch is fine.
Okay, fine, whatever. But whatever, it's a side point. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just sick of having to explain, like, or people saying,
oh,
like,
you know what triggered me? When the whole thing was going on, I wrote a long Twitter thread explaining what was going on, and I won't say exactly who, but somebody who should have written the thread himself followed me, and I was after reading that thread on Twitter, and I went, oh my God, like, you are the one who should be writing this explanation. I was so mad at Chabad for refusing to actually talk about it. But I have to say, maybe they were right, because maybe talking about it would have caused there to be more discussion. And frankly, the shooting at Poway, the things around that, like, frankly, the anti-Semite, the really crazy anti-Semites are talk about it, but like most people don't. And I'm willing to talk about it. It's like Matzitza Bepeh. Do you talk
Right.
about it or do you not talk about it?
Okay, so that's my limit. There's an individual, Ash Mays. I don't know if you've seen him recently. He claims to be an ex-Lubavitcher. I don't have any reason to doubt that he had some affiliation with the movement growing up, and now he's trying to convert to Christianity. And every time I try to, say, like, okay, so this is why Christianity, I don't believe in it, and this is why I believe in rabbinic Judaism. Like, I'm saying, I use the Tanakh, and I'm not even using rabbinic arguments. I'm just using stuff from the Tanakh. And then he says, "Do you defend?" Like, I'm
Okay, Yehuda
I
is
don't
now.
even.
I have to say, we're taking up Clara's time.
Okay, yeah,
And
I got to go in 5 minutes anyway. So yeah.
So, without going down that deep rabbit hole, to bring it all back, bring the conversation back to the Trinity and actually what was going on. And Sartori did say, yes, facts matter. I think there was a reason why Matt C. and Sartori were reluctant to say, hold on, you're the people, and I hate to say this. Yeah, Yehuda, when you put stuff out, it looks like it came from me. Redeem Zoomer, RZ is Redeem Zoomer. I think the reluctance to say facts matter is because so many people in this little corner have engaged with this little corner because they are reacting to Christian fundamentalism. When you say facts matter, right? The biggest thing is, like, how old is the world? 6,000 years old or 12 billion years old, right? And that's become a shibboleth, right? Within the fundamentalist, like, Christian thing, right? And so I think, do facts matter? Obviously. Do we talk about propositional tyranny in this little corner? Yes. Is that us being postmodern? Yes, it is. And it's not like the postmodernists, like Michel Foucault had some good points. There are a few good points he had, but bringing it all back around, Michel Foucault was also one of the people who enabled the Islamic Revolution in Iran. He was in Iran, in Tehran, in 1979, endorsing the Ayatollah Khomeini, and facts matter, and like, what the consequences of what you do matters. And this is ultimately what I wanted to say to Clara, is that professor, whoever his name is, that you were talking about, who wrote the article,
Mann and Winchester.
So apparently Winchester was the one you have a lot of respect for, or is it Mann?
Well, I've read a lot of his work, yeah, and I do think he does generally good sociology. This is a theory piece, right? And his other work, much of his other work, I mean, he is a theorist. Much of his other work draws also on his own empirical data. So there is a difference in the type of piece.
Are you
I gotta go.
aware of,
Shalom aleichem. Thanks.
Nice
are
to meet
you
you.
are you aware of Thomas Sowell's Intellectuals in Society?
I don't think I've read that. No.
Highly recommend it.
Yes. Yeah. No. Okay.
Highly recommend it.
Okay.
What do you think is an appropriate punishment for a professor being wrong?
So I think that I wouldn't go so far as to say, Jacob, this question is, do we punish people for being wrong now?
Hold on, we don't punish people for being wrong?
So I think when we're talking about this, there's different ways of analyzing this piece, right? So I was hoping that it would generate discussion, and it did, because there were some things that I saw in the way that it was communicated. But if we look at the actual theory, I think a lot of people, and I'm sorry you were triggered by it. I didn't mean to trigger this kind of emotional response.
Yeah, it's part of the broader thing. I am triggered right now. Like, you don't get away from my PTSD with the Iran-Israel war. That like that just doesn't happen. So I am currently triggered. So don't worry. That it's not your fault.
Yeah, but you're having this embodied and emotional response to. I really want to write about triggers someday. So but I think that's really important, because it's, and you're a social worker, so you think about this. It's affecting everything, the way that you're processing this conversation. So I want to be careful about what I say, because I know it could have an outsized effect.
Yeah.
So I want to be careful.
Clara, I mean, okay, don't coddle me too much.
I'm not coddling you.
Yeah, but look, the fact is, so I'll go back to Noam Chomsky and the Khmer Rouge.
Yeah.
If I was as wrong as Chomsky was, or as wrong as Foucault was, and so in normal life, if I am an architect, right, and I build a building and it falls and people die,
Sure.
then I would go to prison.
There are times in which you're liable as an architect. I would think if you had been negligent, if you hadn't followed the code of ethics of architects, if you had not gone through the proper channels to, whatever channels you got to go through with code and all that stuff, and you were negligent and you didn't get it passed. And then there's cases of misfortune, or things we didn't know, things we didn't know how to prevent, like a natural disaster or an earthquake destroying a building. There's so much more information about how to prevent that, and our codes should keep up with that. In this case of this article, I think the problem is the author seems to have a big blind spot for, they seem.
Well, let's start beyond just this article, because
Sure.
it's just one example of someone I think should be in prison. But
Okay, this author should be in prison.
yes.
Okay, yeah. You didn't even read the article, Jacob.
That's fine. This author should be in prison. But let's start with, is there any case in which
Okay.
academic malfeasance should result in some sort of result? For example, let's say you're a professor of whatever at a university. You don't necessarily have to be the president. Then it's found out that you were plagiarizing. Should you lose your job?
This is really striking. The Harvard case comes right to mind. I don't know if that's what you had in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was accused of plagiarizing. Wasn't she accused of plagiarizing, just like the dedication to her just like weird, obscure parts. That's
No,
the analysis I
Clara,
read.
it's very cute that it's been rationalized that way.
Mm,
Um, what is perfectly clear is that if she were caught and it wasn't political, she would not have her position. But obviously, because it's been politicized, she's um, like this is part of what is triggering about that article is
sure.
supposedly, I mean, and you were making this huge thing about peer review, right?
Well, I
But
mentioned peer review
yeah,
briefly.
but because that means something to you, whereas for me peer review generally means some Torquemada like figure has made sure that all of the orthodoxies of the most horrible people on earth have been enforced.
Now, Jacob, I have to be honest with you. I saw somewhere else that you used the word, excuse me, Torquemada, and I looked it up on Wikipedia, and I almost sent you this huge. I got this huge sort of thing because Torquemada is a place, and so there's like,
No, Torquemada was a person.
yeah, but I couldn't figure out which person that was. So I'm sorry,
So
you lost me on that reference.
Torquemada was famously, as he's referred to, was the leader of the Spanish Inquisition.
Okay, that's the first guy that popped up.
Yes, yes. That is generally the reference, especially in Jewish circles. But
Mhm.
yeah. So there is a modern Inquisition, I believe,
Mhm.
in academia, which is similar to, but much more. I mean, they only kill people by suicide.
That's going in a dark direction here, Jacob. Tell me what you mean.
Um, you've seen people. I mean, it is possible to shun someone into suicide, and that happens in academia.
Sure, yeah, there is a I don't know what the rate is, but I do think it's high. I really don't know what the rate is, but we do know that there are plenty of, it is. I mean, mental health is an increasingly important issue, and yeah,
And I mean, when it comes down to it, and it goes back to the broader political discussion, right? Where is there accountability for things that are where is there actual accountability for things that are so dangerous as they lead to, is there any place?
mm,
And the fact is that, and frankly, one of my big problems with the whole thing you had was I think left and right are not good categories anymore. But we'll use the left and right that he was using, because by right wing he means people who believe in reality, and by not right wing he means people who uh, are part of his religion.
it's
Um,
interesting. He does use the language of epistemology.
Epistemology.
Yeah, he uses that language of epistemology, that belief centric language, to describe some of this. Yeah.
I mean, the lack of self-awareness, the lack of introspection, the lack of, like,
These are not fair critiques, Jacob, because you didn't read the article.
eh, no, it is a fair critique, because I I could have written the article by asking Grok to Grok, please write me the most stereotypical analysis of the what is going on with uh, with people who are wrong and bad according to a radical left wing academic, um, and it could have spit out. I certainly could have spit out that exact article. The trope is just so obvious.
I see how I mean, I think this is why it merits discussion, because it appears to really fall into that trap. But I think the important thing that we can get from the article is this connection between they do talk about right-wing media. I don't think it's fair to only talk about right-wing media, but they talk about this connection between right-wing media and modes of being that are religious. So
Clara, this is new to you. The idea that uh, that the people clinging to their guns and religion, like this is what Obama got in trouble for, like in 2008, was it?
the
Like,
Obama years run together, Jacob. Come on.
I mean, we're this is one of the oldest tropes that Fox News, and because of Fox's alternative facts, that's what's wrong with our society, and with the presupposition that being religious is bad. I mean, that was just implicit in everything you were saying. But like it was part of what it was triggering, and why Grizz came on and said what he did, which he was absolutely right about, is we have heard this from academia for so long.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the fact that that man in Winchester wrote this piece means that what we can do, I mean, it really gives us this power. What we can do is then look and say, well, okay, maybe this is happening with right-wing media, but what's going on the left? And we can make these critiques and these questions that you're saying, what's going on in our academic institutions? No, you don't think so?
I think what we can do is shut down Harvard University, Columbia University. That's what we are doing. That's what's going on. And articles like the one you shared are
I shared that
the
article because
reason.
I wanted people to know about it.
Oh, people know about it. You didn't have to share that article. That article is one of I mean, what's the name of that woman that I called modern day Torquemada? Arlene something.
Host-child?
Yeah, I think so. She wrote Strangers in Their Own Land.
Yes. That's Arlie Host-child.
Perfect example of one of the most horrible human beings on earth. And I'll explain why.
I mean, she has this beautiful introduction to her book where she talks about how lovely it was to meet everybody, how she drank iced tea with people in their houses. And she's one of the most, you said, the most horrible people?
Yes.
Okay, tell me why, Jacob. Tell me why.
Because that she went to their houses, and then I heard her, I think it was on NPR, saying, yeah, I was talking to these people, they were so nice, and then they would say the most horribly racist things. And I was just like, I had to understand that this is their experience and this is who they are. And it was like, oh my God, you are possibly one of the most horrible human beings. Can you imagine if you were invited someone into your house? You were nice to them, you made a friendship with them. She said she got to know these people. And in the back of her mind, she sees you as this. I mean, it's precisely the condescending attitude that she knows they hate.
It is condescending. It is pretty icky.
And so she is willfully doing, like, and can you imagine her reaction if that were to be done to her? But here she is, a supposed thought leader, right?
Maybe she's an emotion scholar.
She is she is one of the priestesses of this orthodoxy, this religion which academics have of and there's a reason why people talk about narcissism so much, being in a completely unaware manner critical of everyone else.
Yeah, no, I see the problem there. That if she's giving an analysis on NPR, that's critical. And I hear that kind of thing a lot. I haven't heard this interview with Arlie Hochschild, but and that rubs me the wrong way. And I'm sure I fall into that cultural pattern as well. And I think that's a problem.
But do you understand? And this is what gets me, is that academia doesn't seem to understand that the result of that is what's going on at Harvard right now.
Well, I think we should think about consequences and unintended consequences with the Harvard staff. Like, when we talk about destroying or eliminating so much funding or making it more difficult for people to use funding that's already been awarded, we're talking about no money to pay research participants in medical trials, no money to it's a huge infrastructure that's collapsing. It's studies that have gone on for decades and decades that nobody is funded to run.
I think you underestimate the amount of damage, because that's bad, but Harvard may actually, I think there are plenty of people on the right who, when frankly some people on the left, who
Sure.
would be absolutely fine with Harvard ceasing to exist.
Sure. I don't have a particular stake in that fight, other than that, like, I think it's bad for the I think it's bad for the world when these institutions.
Right.
So, like, okay,
We
but
could become a shithole country like Iran.
okay, but how do we preserve our institutions? How do we have anything in common
Yeah.
if at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
we see something we disagree with, and we all do this. We
Mm-hmm.
see something we disagree with, and we say, okay, let's totally eliminate that, even though actually maybe they're doing some good.
It would be nice if academia was actually doing some introspection, and as opposed to continuing. Donald Trump won the election in 2016. It's 2025, and they still don't get it.
Yeah, no, I hear really problematic things said by academics about Trump because they don't get it. I think that there is something that they don't get, and I think you're onto something. I definitely agree with that. But Orly Hochschild drank iced tea with them, and she clearly fucked it
Yeah,
up.
but
So.
she drank iced tea with them with this attitude of, I am better than these people.
See, I don't like that. I don't like that, and I do agree that with that interview that she gave, she really comes across like. I didn't hear the interview, but
But
yeah.
that is the entire way in which academia functions.
So it's academics up in their pedestal. Yeah.
And that's really important, because if we lose academia, which, it won't be permanent, but the fall of Rome happened, and for hundreds, if not thousands of years, people did not have the technology that they did before.
So you've got a lot of advanced degrees, Jacob. You're pursuing advanced degrees. How do we?
Pursuing, I never finished them, but yeah.
Well,
Hopefully I'll finish this. Yeah.
but you spent a lot of time in these institutions. Was any of it worth it? Did you gain anything?
Oh, see, this is I would love, and frankly, I think this is why I feel such a kindred spirit with Eric Weinstein and James Lindsay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we see the importance of these institutions,
Mm-hmm.
which is why and frankly, I would say Thomas Sowell is the one who did it the best.
That's the guy that yes. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell. I mean,
He wrote
showed,
I have the book somewhere.
the I mean, Thomas Sowell may be one of the greatest Black intellectuals in, well, forget Black intellectuals, one of the greatest intellectuals in human history, but specifically Black intellectual.
Yeah.
And he has been marginalized because he is Black by the institutional left.
Jacob, can I say, like, I don't want to totally derail you.
Yeah.
But the way that you are talking about politics, not politics, the way that you're talking now, though, about institutions, about colleges and so forth, that is exactly the same way that it just really strikes me. It's exactly the same way that a lot of these people are talking about their churches. And they don't have that religious arm because they're stuck somehow. Do you see yourself stuck in the same kind of way?
Oh, so I mean, I think a better word for red pilling is institutional betrayal.
Sure.
Right? It's when you realize the institution is betraying me.
I'm gonna write a paper on red pilling.
Please do. But I warn you, most people who have done that have ended up becoming red pilled.
You don't think you've already got to me?
I don't think. First of all, I think it takes a while for people to digest red pills. And I don't think vast majority of sane people overdose on red pills. And that's what happens to people who get called red pilled.
Mm.
I think I have every hope that you will treat your encounter with this thing, whatever it is, the Jordan Peterson sphere or whatever you're going to call it.
It's going to be tricky. The Jordan Peterson sphere / this little corner of the internet, and I'm going to write it out every time.
Well, if you're referring to me, I self-identify as Jordan Peterson sphere and not this little corner.
I'm aware because Paul is a weak leader and he doesn't stand up and do shit.
That's part of it. Okay, back to
that wasn't me. That was me as Jacob with the record show. I would never insult the pastor. Dear God.
That's actually one of the funny things about the differences between Jewish culture and Christian culture. I ask Christians to imagine that during a sermon, the pastor's sermon, somebody in the congregation would start arguing with the pastor. Like, how shocking would that be? You're muted.
I happen to know that you go to hell if you argue with the pastor in the pulpit.
I don't know of a Jewish congregation where the rabbi doesn't get at least heckled once a month at least.
That's pretty solid. Dude, I should go to. I've only been to like 2 Shabbat services in my. I mean, obviously as a lady, it's difficult in some places, but
yeah. But like heckling the rabbi is just a normal sport.
Judaism sounds fun.
I like it. I might be a little biased.
If you go to the right church, though, you can really be vocal. You can hallelujah amen it just a lot.
That's not. Yeah, no. Open arguments with the rabbi during his sermon is a thing.
pretty great.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a thing. Um, but back to, I mean, part of the value of the dialogue, like I've actually been missing this type of dialogue. I don't think we've had enough of it. I probably should open up the stream to more people joining, but there's a high value to someone who obviously disagrees, um, being there to ask questions, probe, and I think the conversation going all over the place is just an indication of how nebulous the discussion is right now. And like that's the reason for expository writing. That's the reason for, I think, expository discussion.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we like that's what I loved about academia. That was the best part of academia. And what what I hate the most about what has been going on, and it was already starting when I was when I was in undergrad, but it's just accelerated and keeps on accelerating. What should we take away from this stream? Jacob defends America with facts and faith and logic. I like it. I like it. What we should take away from this, I have to go back to this over and over again. The importance of the Harvard Chan School of Public Health at the height of COVID, tweeting out an article from Popular Mechanics, just asking questions about 2 + 2 = 4. This is emblematic of what I feel to be the most crucial
Jacob, I have to ask.
Yeah.
Did you only read the headline, or did you ever click on the article?
I clicked on the article. I've actually listened to Kareem Carr discuss. It's the normal. It is the normal. Well, if we think about it the other way, it's postmodernism redux, but it's in Popular Mechanics. It's the Chan School of Public Health.
Okay, but you hate on elitism so much, and then they post something from Popular Mechanics. Isn't that I mean, isn't there something there?
Hold on, you're misunderstanding completely what I'm saying.
Okay, help me understand.
Popular Mechanics is the elite. It is the most elite of the elite of our intellectual society. Popular Mechanics, like Science magazine, like Nature, right? This is what we look up to as the height of what academia can and should be. Like what is more authoritative than a publication? Like, it's a professor. Well, the funny thing about Kareem Carr is I don't know why he doesn't just graduate, but if he doesn't, I don't believe he has. This is the other thing that the other example I have is when during her confirmation, Ketanji Brown Jackson was asked, "What is a woman?" and she said, "I'm not a biologist."
Sure.
Like that could be equally. But the thing is, like during the height of COVID, it's the Harvard School of like the fact we have completely lost any grounding in facts. And then I hear you saying to Matt C. and Michael Sartori, do facts matter? And they're hemming and hawing. And that's what brought me back to the Trinity and Baghdad Bob and the woke right. Because I do think ultimately, this does go back to the Trinity.
Mm.
The universities started as basically monasteries, and that's what they are. They're monasteries. And we need them to be monasteries because religion is the backbone of how we think about things. Again, the fish starts stinking from the head.
Yeah, it's never going to make sense to me.
So what is the head of society? The intellectual. Another thing that's said in Hebrew is ten lesusim lachshov yesh lahem rosh gadol, which I also think was probably originally Russian or something. But let the horses think, they have big brains, right? There is the fish starts thinking from the head is somewhat analogous to shit floats to the top. It's that things start going wrong from the top.
Yeah, but this whole thing about facts, I'm maybe I'm going away from your metaphors a little bit, but this whole thing about facts, it really seems like you're saying facts are sacred symbol, and maybe Sartori wants to join us, but facts are paralyzing because they're sacred symbols, and so to choose a particular fact or to commit to a fact.
Oh no! I think facts are incredibly important. I think what kept Sartori and Matt from clearly saying, yeah, obviously facts are important, and it's the left wing who doesn't care about facts. It's not the right wing to say like. And I think one of them tried by saying feelings don't care about your facts, right? Facts don't care about your feelings is one of the it's one of the mantras on the right.
Sure.
In a similar way that supposedly believe the science was a mantra on the left, right? In this house, we believe in science, right? Except when science tells us males and females are males and females. I mean, like the entire thing of much of the right for the past 10 years has been 2 + 2 = 4. But like when you start with 1 = 3, when you start with the Trinity, I think you inevitably end up with 2 + 2 = 5.
Sure, because you're starting from a Trinitarian perspective. I'm not able to connect that in my mind. I see that you're a Unitarian and I see you're committed to that. I don't understand the broader argument there.
In order to understand, in order to believe, look, it is a matter of faith to believe that the world actually makes sense and we are able to make sense of the world. Right?
Sure.
And that is the contribution of monotheism to the world, is this idea that there is one God and the world makes sense and we are able to actually make sense of the world. Right? And I think where we end up with people being like, well, are facts really that important, right? Is because there is an inherent incoherence in Christianity, which has ingrained itself in our academia, which has led us where we are now.
I think we should let some Christians speak to that.
There's only one Christian. Well, there may be two Christians on this stream, but Yoav isn't it, and neither am I.
Okay, well, okay, here's the thing, Jacob. You can say that about the Trinity, and it can be true when institutions authoritatively insist on some particular interpretation of the Trinity or whatever in a dogmatic way. Then yeah, you can say that about the Trinity. But the Trinity, the point of the Trinity is to wrestle with a complex understanding tied to the incarnation and all that. And in this point, this is what I'll say: the New Testament is explicitly clear that of the two potential errors that the Trinity tries to balance between Jesus' humanity and divinity, the far more serious one is to believe that Jesus is just some disembodied spirit. If it's okay, and I'm not saying this is what the Bible says, not an institution. Some institutions may insist that people affirm some statement more, that's not as that's more strict. But the problem is if it's the other one, this like Gnostic idea that is consistent with all of these terrible ideologies, because then it's just a thing where people have to, that's what creates blind faith, because you're believing in a thing that has no empirical evidence whatsoever. And even in the book of First John, where he says that we test the spirits by asking if Jesus comes in the flesh, he says, we trust that which we heard, what we see, what we were, what we touch. He's saying, look, the humanity of Jesus and his presence on earth, you can test that. You can have doubt about his divinity, but you can't deny the reality of his existence. And so that gives you a very strong empirical basis for going and trusting things using facts. I wasn't hemming and hawing, except for the fact that Clara was saying the thing about facts in the way that leftist people say it, and that doesn't mean what it like all the things they say, it doesn't mean what you think it means. It's just like, however they define a woman or whatever. Like, you have to do that whole runaround. So I didn't want to deal with that. And I did say, there's a incomprehensible amount of facts, and everybody constructs narratives out of it. And even though I think that the right is better than the left in some ways, obviously they have their own propagandistic measures, and they can, and that's why you get a woke right. They use a different set of stupid shit tests than the left does, but it amounts to the same thing. And that neither is a sufficient basis for, trust without faith in God. So, yeah. So hopefully that clears it up.
Yoav always has brilliant things to contribute.
First, do you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, my brilliant contribution is as follows. The issue of whether 2 plus 2 equals 4, anything else, was settled. It's not just something we believe in or something that is inherently not a subject of a conversation. There was a great effort in the beginning of the 20th century by a mathematician called Hilbert, and he established without any doubt that 2 plus 2 are 4, among many other statements. And that was in a sort of Jewish belief that mathematics makes sense. He wanted to put an end to any question or doubt in mathematics. And then came Kurt Gödel and showed that mathematics will never be complete. There will always be statements that mathematics will be powerless to cover. But 2 plus 2 equals 4 is not among them. So the great error of publishing an article in Popular Mechanics about 2 plus 2 equals 4 is first, you causing doubt where there is no place for that. You should have covered the facts. And second, you haven't put a light on those issues in which there is doubt, and great doubt, for example, is their choice. There is a problem in mathematics. Is there choice or isn't there? That could be a subject for discussion. End of illuminating speech.
I think, I mean, this does give a through line, as Yoav's speeches always do. The question becomes, what's okay to question and what's not okay to question? And I'm going to do this over and over again. Is it proper in the middle of COVID for the School of Public Health to tweet out an article from Popular Mechanics, which is where it is supposed to be we're with engineering now. It's not humanities, it's not social sciences, this is engineering. Questioning what is, like, how is this different from questioning the Holocaust? And that sounds hyperbolic, but it's not at all. Because I guarantee you, the Chan School of Public Health would not tweet out an article from Popular Mechanics asking, was it really 6 million? And I will guarantee you, and one more thing I want to guarantee you. The number of Jews who were killed in the Holocaust was not exactly 6,000. Like, no, it may have in fact been 5,999,999.
Jacob, can I say I really appreciate that point, and I really appreciated hearing from Michael. Thank you for clarifying what you were saying before, and Yoav, it's really great to see you. And I do have to go. But thank you for having me, and I feel like I understand this a little bit better. So thank you for sharing all that.
Did we get anywhere?
I think, obviously your background and Yoav has lived through many, existential events in where he is and stuff. And I think that the big obvious failure, like in writing a paper like that or whatever, is to see that the reason why people are going to these other sources and stuff is because their trust has been so completely eroded by actual betrayals, by actual experts or people in charge of institutions. And it's just the luxury of, living in an elite city and having an elite lifestyle that insulates people from that fact. When you get on the ground, it's like the whole thing was, there's just so many things that that people can't possibly know on their own, and so then they have to make a choice: who do I trust? And if it's not the mainstream consensus, then it's going to be the people that at least show a better chain of epistemological consequences, which is, you know, it goes all the way, like, I mean, hey, you can go all the way to the conspiracy side or whatever. Like, those guys do it. They're doing it for the same, they're also doing it for a bad reason, because they're still getting people hooked by fear, but they are more honest about the fact that the way that they do it.
So because we have to nip binitarianism in the bud, because it was the binitarians like Justin Martyr which led to the Trinity. Michael Milsner doesn't get dibs on the name Michael just because we could call Sartori. So we're going to have a battle royale and decide who gets to be called Michael. Because, yeah, it's not fair that Sartori would lose his name just because he uses his last name.
Just keep using the one name and let us guess every time.
Yeah, that would be way too binitarian. I mean, I could say the bald Michael. I could say Michael with a beard. I could say
you could even say the San Antonio Michael,
the San Antonio Michael, Texas Michael, Christian Michael.
It's unfortunate.
Michael with the wife.
Right.
No kids yet. We'll call you Childless Mike.
Childless Mike. Right.
I'm gonna pop off.
Yeah, this is how we do it in the East. We call a person by the names of his sons.
There you go.
So you are now Childless Mike. Childless Mike, what do you have to say for us, for yourself?
Great. So my dad is like a really early Trump supporter, right? Mm-hmm. So 2014, 15, something like that. They're hopping on that train. Now I'm largely disconnected from them. So I have this, these memories of my parents and the kind of media and news that they would consume when I was growing up, just like real normal, whatever channel, like we couldn't get cable, so it's just like, okay, well, here's whatever you get on like the 7 stations we could get out in the country. Now I come back to them, in any kind of meaningful closeness, 15, 17 years later, something like that. And the news and media consumption is all the things that, while I was in my super leftisty mode things, it's all the things that that would have driven me crazy, right? Like here's all these like super evangelical channels, they a lot of them can only host their stuff on Rumble. They've been kicked off of YouTube, whatever. To my surprise, there's like the videos and the news that they'll watch will like recapitulate 8chan keyboard stuff, right? And trying to like pick up, these patterns of like, what's Q really trying to tell us? Okay. Now, even some of that I thought was dead, but this last time I visit my parents, that's still there, right? There's still like these little Q drops, right? They talk about the Q drops. They're sort of out of the dispensationalism, right? Of like, when's the rapture going to happen? They're out of that now, but there's still like things that feel like that sometimes. So some of that community has like gotten off of the rapture's about ready to happen, get ready thing. And so the kind of information that you hear watching, these channels, like this is like pretty far. It's like, 5-6 levels removed from the kind of right-leaning things that say I find myself listening to, right, or involved in, whether that's like some of it, like, maybe I'm listening to a Tucker Carlson thing, or like Emily Jasinski from the Breaking Point stuff, or Unheard, or whatever, right? It may be a little bit like I'm listening what Ben Shapiro is saying, or okay, so you get, but like way down the cascade, sort of at the low church level, so to say, right, in the rural areas, is like the sense of distrust is so high, right, that they've just abandoned any responsibility of a lot of basic diligence to verify something, right? And it's just kind of like feels. It's like here's what feels true, right? Now you can see levels of that at everywhere, and then coming out of the woke left circles that I was in, right? It's not that dissimilar, right? It's really not. And they got like levels of YouTube things or levels of social media channels where almost the exact same kind of content in pattern basis and in diligence basis exists there. So everybody's in these distrustful pockets of, what's true has more to do with what aligns with, I guess, your values, right? Or your feels, right? So like that's popping up all over the place. So when Clara was like sharing that article yesterday and some of in the TLC, voice chat thing, that's what struck me. I'm like, that's absolutely right. And it's everywhere, right? This is all over the place. Areas where what I deem to be, maybe I'm just going off of feels too here, like what I deem to be some kind of 2 + 2 = 4 diligence of verifying anything, are like real selective, but I have to like question my selectiveness on this now, like, okay, so I had this long time trust, both while being on the left and being in the right, of Matt Taibbi and Glenn Greenwald. Why? Right? Why do I trust that? Is that right? But so, when Peterson talks about like, let the best story win, yeah, man, that's exactly the framework that we've entered, right? Where everyone's going to have a different story. There's going to be varying levels of acceptable facts to different cults, let's say, and they're going to have to fight it out. I mean, this is where, I reflect back on something like the Iliad and go like, yeah, man, this is exactly what's happening, right? Like there are warring invisible things at play of groups of people. This is a certain kind of giants at fight in reality now. This is why Peterson talks about gigantomachy, right?
When did he start talking about that? I haven't caught it.
I think the first time I heard him actually use that phrase was with Destiny, funny enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
And so like,
well,
yeah,
I don't know if you heard my preamble, which apparently was 2 hours ago now, but there's a reason why I started with my my Weltanschauung, where I started, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a reason why I'm bringing this back to, first principles.
Yeah.
Because that's at the level at which we have to engage with this stuff. And part of what was triggering was, with peer review, the idea is that there's a scholarly literature which has a certain depth, a certain rigor, right? And that article obviously didn't have it. Just one example, but like, I'm sure if I were to, I could rip that article to shreds, I am sure. But like, just one of the examples was, they were talking about how the Republicans, this whole Fox thing is a reaction to the diversification as the country is becoming more, diverse. And it's like this is the Republicans losing power. And it's like, okay, you're telling me facts matter. What has actually happened, which anybody who's been paying attention to the 2024 election should know, is Donald Trump is doing Donald Trump's support is the shift. It's the immigrants in Los Angeles. The pro-Trump rallies are held in Beverly Hills by Jewish Persians.
Can I interrupt you?
I thought you were saying bye. Please do.
No. Because I owe Yon God 2 replies to 2 comments. First is ask us a riddle. Who is Calypso's sex slave? I don't know why he brings it, and my answer is Odysseus. Second, he was asked whether the number 6 million has changed from 3 million recently. No. True or false, it has been 6 million since the day I was born. What has changed is that we can now name most of them. To the point of the discussion, I owe thanks to San Antonio Sartori for teaching me about kayfabe just before the recent war between Israel and Iran, because you cannot understand the way the war ended, if it did, if you don't understand kayfabe. And it was engineered cleverly and executed perfectly to be kayfabe.
So
yeah, that was the thing with Baghdad Bob that we didn't get into, but maybe we should.
Jacob, the things that, like that idea about Fox. That's old, man. Like I remember screaming about that 15 years ago.
Oh, it is like the idea that this is scholarship.
Right.
Like it is. I was not joking. Okay. I almost want to ask, okay, Grok, what is the most stereotypical argument that someone on the left would make about Fox causing the destruction of society by, and I don't think even Grok would be so incredibly like trite and cliche as to say it is a religious thing that people on the right don't care about facts, and because facts, FAU news, FAUX news, is without facts, because they don't care about facts, that is the reason for Trump. Like it is so quintessentially, like I keep on using this word quintessential, like we are living in a time of archetypes. Like
yes.
yes. And it's like, stop being these caricatures of yourself.
No, that's exactly right. That's yes. You're living in a time of archetypes, very, very specifically. and not to say that in a way we sort of always are, but like it's very pronounced right now. It's extremely pronounced. So like, look, there's a particular archetype, right, that really emerges post, what is it? I think it's Bush. I did this little dive. It wasn't a deep one into, what the way we use the term evangelical. Who is that? What is that? Because I got to hang out with these people at the Colson conference in Louisville, Kentucky, where there's like a weird high education tradition of evangelicals. Okay. And that's different from our general use of it in the last 30 years. Okay. So what happens with Bush is he's a center point to unite the fundamentalists and the evangelicals, and it merges into a thing. What Fox News is anybody that's remotely friendly to that evangelical base, right? So it's them, and then anybody friendly to that, right? It's what they would say and what they expect to hear based on their hierarchy of values within that character set, right? Now,
I do have to say this whole discussion of Fox just seems kind of like, does it even matter?
Well, like to the degree it does. I think that it helps. Look,
who watches Fox anymore?
A lot of people still, and it's still a weird center point for a lot of the disparate groups in the right, where they'll gather there.
Really?
Right. Not yeah. Now it's not attended to in the same way as 15 years ago, right? But they still do, and a lot of it is just ease of access. Okay. So like what I see, like when I go visit my wife's family and friends and family up in Ohio, right? More rural, more like Republican leaning, right? Generally more Christian, let's say, look, they still have their TVs, and they're not necessarily like throwing on YouTube or something, right? And they'll switch to some channel, and that's what they're going to put on. Right?
Average 2 million daily viewers.
Yeah, look, it's greatly diminished. No one's great. Everyone should see that. But when something like the Iran-Israel conflict is kicking off, everybody's got to like choose their thing that they're still going to. I don't know how long that's going to last, but for
I don't know.
Events,
I don't know how actual, like, look, there's this guy. He's a particular analyst who in Farsi gives an analysis 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. for half an hour. Mm-hmm. Like when I watch his live streams, there's 3,000 people watching on YouTube. Mm-hmm. This is in Farsi.
Yeah.
Right? Like 2 million viewers? Is it?
I'm tracking. The legacy media, right, isn't what it used to be, for sure. It's still holding on though. Like you think of it as like a fairly substantial YouTube channel is a way to think of it, right? It's still hanging in there. Who knows how much life it has left.
And it's not the New York Times.
It's not, but for the evangelicals, like I'm talking about them, I would say that it's the closest thing for them. Like if they're going to bind around like what's true, because maybe like their weird little Rumble channels, or they're saying something and then somebody else's stuff is saying somebody different, they'll actually turn to something like Fox News as an arbiter of what's true.
Did you hear that, Brett Cooper? Did you see that Brett Cooper got signed to Fox?
Yeah, I did see Brett Cooper got signed to Fox. Yeah. So I it's certainly like, look, my parents and their church and anybody that lives in that community, none of them are turning to the New York Times. Who knows the last time they saw a paper, went to that website, even share. Like the closest thing that they get is like when there's an opportunity to dunk on the New York Times, which is happening in one of their things.
I mourn the New York Times like you wouldn't believe. In high school I wanted to be a journalist, and like joining the New York, I remember I was working at the Los Angeles Daily News, and every day basically the editorial, like I was in the editorial meetings because whatever, but like the question was, what's the New York Times going to lead with, and should we lead with that?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And like the New York Times was the pinnacle.
Yeah.
And to view what's happened to it, like, yeah, I do fear that, and it is probably an irrational fear. I realize that we are actually going to become a shithole country. I do.
Well, the information dissemination has already balkanized. That's that. It's already there.
It was always balkanized.
But it's not the same, right? Like choosing cable channels in the 80s and 90s is way different than what we're experiencing today in the broader West.
Yeah, but I mean, we keep on going back to the printing press analogy.
Yeah. Which like so yes, that's a good example. And what post television, everybody's tuning into a centralized place, right? In the beginning of this, the first 30 years of it, you're going, everybody hones in on the same channels, and that's where because it's like, it's not just words, you're able to watch what's happening, right? So there begins like a unifying that happens under that, which is why you have something like the Apollos, phenomenon. Everybody's gathering around TV, and so they'd gather together around these events. Okay, that's gone, right? That's not the same. Or even if it's around the same events, they'll gather around, but everyone's got to have their like different narrative because they're talking about the movie that they're seeing, even though everybody's watching the same thing.
Father Michael is here.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember, when I was thinking about everything before, my model that I was actually using wasn't Fox, it was InfoWars. Because I watched it for like a year before I ended up in this corner space. And I was like, I trust this more than anything else. Well, you know what really got me conspiracy pilled or whatever too was the Gospel Coalition. The formerly founded by Tim Keller website, because there's a particular pastor on there that's like their like culture pastor or whatever. And he goes to a big church right near Washington, D.C., and he's writing all of the like counter narrative blogs to try to, get people to follow the established powers and all this stuff. And, so then that was just like, whoa, what can I trust? Nothing but me and my Bible. That was the only thing. So I went through a whole thing of that, and then it eventually like worked out okay. But I did because mostly to see like what is the what is the spiritual realities? Like, what are the limits of these spiritual forces? And there are limits. They're also real. A lot of people like, is that what Michael was saying about how like Bush kind of united those evangelicals and the fundamentalists. COVID split them totally.
Yeah.
And the fundamentalists, a lot of the fundamentalists stayed with Fox or whatever, MAGA, over their local church. If their local church was doing, like woke stuff or whatever, or just being cringy with the health restrictions, then they went the other way.
Hey, Michael, I'm way more familiar with the fundamentalist side. In that 30-year period where they were united, was there a diminishment of the like a traditionally evangelical intelligentsia? Like, did that diminish over that 30 years?
I don't know. So it's really weird from my perspective because like now it's like I probably didn't really understand so much of that divide, but I would say because my parents are probably much more closely aligned theologically with my parents knew Tim Keller in college, and so like and we lived in the Northeast, and there is a high level of that. At the same time, like everybody that was outside of my immediate family, my extended relatives, they are all in these elite spaces. A lot of them went to very prestigious schools. They were involved in government and academia, and they are all like hardcore. Like I have one of my oldest cousin was a card carrying communist since like I don't know, I was 12 or something. Like she went to NYU, and took up that cause, and like they so it's in that sense it was almost like politically we were like, yeah, we got to go into that space. And actually it is kind of funny even because I can't remember, I think it must have been sometime in like 2000 or it must have been the year 2000, I guess. We went to Washington, D.C. for like this big homeschool thing, and we heard George Bush and some of the other candidates speak. And, because we were homeschooled. And so that was a thing where it was like, there's the legal component, like we were members of the Homeschool Legal Defense Association. Never need to do anything with that, but they did exist to come and fight for people who would get in trouble in various states for trying to exercise their right to homeschool. And so, but even then, that was like so that homeschool community they were in the upper register of the Republican Party, not nearly as much like the culture war like side, or so I don't know. It is a complex thing. Oh, and this is the other thought. So this is the other thought that I had about this whole thing, which really is an important thing to frame this, is that like when we have this two-party system, the thing that's changed it is how much government is expanded. Because after World War II or whatever, there was only so many institutions that the government was in control of. So your politics defined a much narrow slice of life. But as the government's gotten its fingers involved in everything, that's created these weird. It's filtered so many people whose like primary issue, whatever your primary issue is, you now have a reason to be in one camp or the other. There's very little politically neutral ground anymore.
So I kind of sort of almost want to go on a 3-minute rant about Edward Bernays right now, because I think he's actually really important. But that reminded me that somebody made a much more entertaining thing, which since it's been 2 hours, I'm going to play this for 3 minutes You don't have to watch, but I think you guys might. It's relevant in my mind very much. Propaganda with persuasion and communication, how human beings make decisions, how human beings are influenced by each other to have technological progress in rhetoric. That's what has happened. New psychotechnologies, too many people think they understand human communication. They don't. I hope it's clear to you that the helicopter on the left would never fly. Helicopter on the right would also never fly. These are just scaled down models. We're talking about technology here, and technology has progressed. Mass circulation of books, mass circulation of newspapers, and that allowed for advertising, and then more ways of communication like radio, television, and now internet came into being. Edward Bernays came up with the idea of public relations. Bernays realized in consulting with psychologists, his uncle was Sigmund Freud, and he realized that there is a sexual element and that cigarettes can be marketed to women as something that is both sexy and that is liberating. It is an incredibly idiotic thing to tell someone to think for themselves. Secure our distributed cognition through awareness, transparency, and accountability. I did not do saving throws, although I probably should have. Propaganda with propaganda, propaganda with propaganda, propaganda with propaganda, propaganda with this is a nuclear bomb going on. Propaganda with you cannot think for yourself. Think for yourself. Think for yourself. Anyone who tells you to think for yourself is your enemy. You should not think for yourself. Our understanding of ourselves and our world is not contained in our own skin. We as human beings have distributed cognition. I am not saying you should not think. You should think not just for yourself. You should think for others, and you should help others think for you, and you should ask others to think. You cannot think for yourself. It is an idiotic thing to say, think for yourself. If you are thinking for yourself, you have decided that you want to field an army of one in a battle royale where there are people with large armies. That's not going to go well for you. Do not think for yourself. Think for yourself. All cognition is in some part outsourced. If you think that you are thinking just for yourself, that you are not influenced by anyone else, you're just being silly and stupid. And that's how you know that Paul Vanderklay didn't even listen to the entire 3-minute thing, because it mentioned saving throws. Do you guys see?
Was that a Smash Brothers sound effect in there? I heard. Sorry.
I didn't. We've been going for 2 hours, Paul. Catch up.
So I talk about Freud's nephew, about like that. Yeah, it doesn't feel new though. The more I reflect on that, it doesn't feel new, but it does feel like a surge post his efforts, right? Where it like through mimesis, they're able to really ramp up production, at least in the West, on what's effective marketing, public relations, propaganda.
This is the link to Chris's channel where he made that, and I'm very grateful. It's one of the great accomplishments in my life to be memed.
Lance.
Paul, I hope you remember why I don't have a beard, because we talked about that. It was, in fact, a key thing in my whole thing. If you remember, Paul, in my story. Anyway, Lance, what do you have to say for yourself?
I enjoyed the conversation. The one thing I wanted to pop in, I don't have much more to add to this, but I just keep saying it over and over. It's actually happened in the corner. I have had friends of mine where I want to challenge, and those are the sorts of people that say you're a conspiracy theory and whatever, and this you were saying they aren't to the facts. And I'd say, well, wait a minute. Like, for example, around Russiagate, when the FBI guy lied about the CIA, changed something, it was found he did it, he got fired, and the documents were like federally filed documents, right? Like it showed they misrepresented what this.
He didn't even get disbarred for that.
Exactly. And so I'd say, hey, I can show you the documents that one of the initial FBI guys lied to get the FISA warrant to spy on a political campaign. And they're like, no, I don't want to see that. Like, no, I don't want to see it. I said, no, I just want to show you the actual. So what I found over and over and over, it's a very interesting. And I think it's because deep down they know there's a cognitive dissonance and they don't want they never want to look at the documents. They never want to look at a provable thing. And I mean, I have done this now for 6 years, and I continue to say, hey, there's just this one thing. Can we look at least some? Well. I say, whoa. This was after a actual congressional review. Someone was fired, right? And it was the finding of a FISA court based on actual an investigation. They won't look at it, but they won't look at it for anything. Like they literally don't want to look at the underlying, say, okay, let's try and get in the same factual world, and they won't do it. It's an amazing psychological thing. They don't want to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, look, here we're trying to be more fair. We're trying to be fine with talking about and being repentant people, right? We want to be repentant people who are fair. At the same time, it was surreal watching Clara say to Sartori and Matt C, don't facts matter. It's like, oh, now you care about facts, do you?
Well, yeah, so how do you select which facts in order for what narrative? Right. That's been the conversation. Right. It's a selective choice of facts. Right. Because how could, like, what are you going to do otherwise? Can you contain all the facts, and then how are you going to present them? I try to lay out this analogy like that's related to my work to people. It's like, okay, we do like SEO work or marketing work or whatever, right? I'm on the like engineering side, but I have to work with those people. So they get into like something that's like Google Analytics, and they're going, all right, well, here's all these website views and traffic and bounce rates and whatever else. Here's all this analytical data. And there are, thousands and thousands of touch points and all kinds of information that they could select from, right? To do kind of like a data science-y oracle move of how are things going? Is the website doing better? Are your marketing efforts paying off? Well, when the marketer goes in and tries to decide that, because they have to talk to the client and present and go, is it doing better? They can choose certain metrics, right, in order to build a narrative that, yes, the website is doing better. Please pay your bill for next month for us to keep doing this. Right?
And that's why for SEO people, what you give them is a metric tied to sales and actual conversions. You say, okay, no. So I did this with people, so I frustrated the heck out of them because we were doing some things. I said, here, I will pay for your campaign, but here's the deal. I'm going to measure it by someone who's come in through one of your channels and they actually convert to buying our service. If you can show me that you do things that convert to people purchasing, then we're more than happy to do that. Well, we can't do that. And I'm like, okay, well, we're not paying for your stupid mumbo jumbo marketing stuff. But to be fair, we were in a B2B situation, which a lot of online stuff for B2B, it's really word of mouth, referral. You need to hit the streets with salespeople or whatever. But
well, the funny thing is you can end up in the reverse scenario though, where like you're doing that marketing work, and let's say you're good faith and you're good at your job and you know what kind of stuff that converts and like what matters. Like maybe it's more ambiguous, like money isn't being spent on the site, and so it's not as easy as like what are the dollars that we've actually been able to collect, right? So then you come into it and you got good faith and you know what to recommend that's like valid use of or valid metrics to convey it's doing better or it's doing worse. But the client comes to you and they've got some preconceived notions about which metrics matter, and they want you to abide by those. And it's complicating the situation because they're looking at the wrong thing, right?
Yeah, but potentially, yeah. And so if you need to educate your client to say, hey, I know you think that actually sales, which creates cash flows, is what you're worried about, but actually we're doing something differently. And if you can convince me that all I really care about are sales that convert into dollars, to be brutally honest, and unless there could be some times where that's not exactly everything you're looking for, right? And just because it didn't convert in a sale now doesn't mean it's not going to pay off down the road. But most of marketing is a scam. It just is.
Yeah.
Particularly digital marketing is an absolute scam, and they're ripping people off. It truly is. Like they don't know what they're doing, and all this other. It's been a total and complete utter scam. Like the one thing you could do, if you can get me at the top of Google search. Just think where people are changing now, but the gold standard has been if I can show up, if you can, basically the only thing that really matters, if I can get up at the top of Google search, that's because what do people do when they go to search for something they're looking for? They go to their phones and they Google search it. Like that's one thing that can happen and do that.
So to inform that client, right? Or for like if you're trying to educate them requires some kind of trust. And that trust depends on shared values about what's important. If you can establish with them, yeah, we're on the same page and headed towards the same thing, then you'll pay attention to the same pointers of metrics about what you'll start sharing facts together that matter. Right.
And I think what you're pointing to is the problem we have now in our bifurcated system. People don't want the same things. They want the facts to point to something else. Like they wanted to just basically confirm your worldview, not upset don't put me into cognitive dissonance. I've literally cut off my friendships and my family over things. So please don't show me that the shot actually was dangerous and sterilized young women. Don't please, because I actually banished my family from having any relationship with them because they wouldn't get the COVID vax or something like that, right? So we have those sorts of things. I just find it uniquely interesting, and I showed my wife that about 5 years ago. I go, watch, when we get into some of these conversations, I'm going to offer to show, would they be willing to look at something? And I said 100% of the time they say no. And so now that I've taught her to see that pattern, it's worked 100%. And I'm curious as to why it relates to these issues. It's got to be working on some sort of subconscious level, maybe semi-conscious, or some subconscious level that they don't want to be presented with anything that would tear down their worldview.
What's the context? Like, what's the context of a just? I'm trying to think about it for a second. Like, what?
So for example, and it's just one of the easiest ones. I'm one of these jerks that actually has a folder where I've saved receipts on things, the litany of hoaxes that have come out, and they're vast, right? So for example, the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, right? And that whole thing. So that's clearly disprovable now because courts have said, yes, it was Hunter Biden's laptop. Oh, it's actually proven that he had, porn. He has all sorts of wild videos of drug use. He's It showed evidence of the Biden family getting money. It's not debatable at this point, right?
But
So when my mother-in-law, so just for a second, an example. So my mother-in-law just came in. We haven't gone there before, but she was talking about. She goes, what do I believe it's a hoax? I said, well, let's talk about the Hunter Biden laptop, because I knew I had the documents saved that I could show her that actually they've looked at it, it's documented, it's his laptop, it had all the bad stuff. And I've done this with her a couple times. She goes, that's not true. I'm not looking at that. I said, well, just look at a couple documents. No. But that's happened to me, not just with my mother-in-law, but everyone around these progressive hoaxes that they've done. If you try to offer anything that will burst their bubble, they don't want to see it.
I mean, I have to say, and you did start with this to your credit, Lance, but it absolutely boggles my mind that we still talk about Watergate, but we don't talk about the fact that the Obama administration lied to a FISA court to get, this guy
actually
was convicted of lying to a FISA court to listen to Donald Trump's conversations during an election, when we know that if anything had come out in his conversations, it would have been immediately leaked.
Well, right? Put yourself in the context of what Watergate was. So let's think about this. Step back. Some right. guys went and ruffled around in some files. So think about this. Some guys went and ruffled around in some paper files in an office. And then, there was some, unbeknownst to Nixon at the time, right? And then he ends up lying about it. People have come up to Watergate.
But the comparison is...
No, that's what I'm going to stick the landing. And then yet we have proven that the Obama administration, in coordination with the FBI, by the way, to the CIA's credit, they wanted nothing to do with this. And the FBI...
Well, they were the ones that the email had to be doctored.
And no one cares. Literally, I said no one. A large part of the left does not care. And but the reason why is because, again, if Trump really is Hitler, then no matter what you do, it's okay, right? That's the ends justify the means.
That's how we saw it.
That is it. So I just laugh Watergate was this big kerfuffle and oh my gosh, this whatever. They needed to take out Nixon, and they did. But I just think it's hilarious. They ruffled around in some files in an office, and that's like the biggest scandal in Washington.
I think
it's real short.
Okay.
It's real short. Lance, quick anecdote. I used to live down the street from the actual computer. I lived in Wilmington, Delaware. I lived down the street from the computer shop. I knew exactly where it took it. The Bidens were right down the road. We knew, when that broke out, I was like, I know the guy that opened it up and looked. I've been in there. It was actually a really cool little shop, and you could see old Mac computers. It's like a little mini museum. But anyway, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
I think the thing is, so I think the reason why they won't look at it is so it's what here it says in Matthew 7:2, in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and the measure you use, it will be measured to you. And they don't want to look at a document because they have put their faith in a blind faith in authority religion, and that's the only thing that they accept. So which is how they act. If you don't they all want to be that person of authority. So if you will trust them because they say it, they like you, and if you don't, then you're their enemy. So they just don't even have it in their worldview to look at a document. That's an affront to them. I think that's kind of where it is.
I think it's something more that I think at the core, because when it happens, it's been men, women, it's just everything. Scott Adams has actually talked about this, one of his good friends. This is it's an absolute phenomenon. Right? that if you try to show any of these hoaxes that people have believed, and by the way, like you mentioned the Q stuff earlier, early on when I saw that stuff, I'm like, this seems sus. I don't even know what it is, so I don't really even know what the Q rabbit hole is. I never saw it in my timeline that much. And when people would see it, I'd kind of mute them. I just immediately had this discernment, like, that's just weird. I don't need whatever that is.
Oh,
right?
that was kayfabe. That if there ever was a real anonymous Q, the fact that it was anonymous allowed CIA operatives to craft a kayfabe narrative that kept a whole lot of people entertained, and that's what it was. That's what it did. It just kept them entertained.
No matter what it was, I realized that it wasn't vital to me understanding anything, and so it's like whatever. And it just seemed, I don't know, just seemed sus, and I'm like, whatever, that sort of stuff.
So the live action adventure game things that go over multiple days or months is the way that people have tried to talk about this sort of thing, right? And so you're like investigating these clues and you get these Easter eggs and it leads you to the next thing, and like so it becomes this game that you're participating in, and everybody's participating. So it's kind of like an escape room, but like over everything and in your daily life, and it goes on for months or years at a time, and people will just get like that heavily involved with it, which leads us to that same orientation of like which facts, right? What things are going to be relevant to you? What are you going to pick out of this, right? In order to like live your life and like know how to make choices or something, right? So then Peterson talks about, he's largely pointing at the left, but okay, things that end up in power dynamics. Okay, so Sartori was just talking about it like, this religion of authority or something. So here's this authoritarianism, power dynamics. You're going to pay attention to whatever facilitates the power dynamic that is important. You don't care if what was it? I don't care about Hunter Biden's laptop. I'm glad it's buried. This is how I felt at the time. Okay, like bury it. Don't care. We're getting rid of that. There's an election to deal with. Oh, Pelosi and other powers that be might try to use the COVID thing in order to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't win. Cool with that. Oh, the Pennsylvania House is trying to change rules on how voting works. Sounds great. Like,
and Sam Harris with the dead babies in the basement.
Right. And he's even admitted he didn't care. And so I understand at some of these larger levels, it makes sense. Narrative's important. Do any of you guys follow Walter Kern?
Yes, religiously.
So Matt, you need to follow him on X, Jacob. Walter Kern. He does a show
with
Matt
Walter
Taibbi.
Kern with Matt. Yeah.
He does. Is it called County Highway? Is that his paper?
Country Highway.
Country Highway. Yeah, he's a really interesting guy. He's one of those guys that I've been following, and
unfortunately, he's not as reliable as I would like him to be.
Well, so he's out there, but I would just say that I would just say if you've been following Scott Adams since the beginning, I'm not a daily listener, but I pop in and for a while I was, but I pop in and pop out. I look at someone like a Mike Cernovich. There are certain people that if you've tracked them over a while, their track record of prediction and principles and how they get ahead of things. Now you can disagree with them. You can squirm all you want about it.
He makes a lot of predictions that don't come true, and he takes zero responsibility. Walter Kern. He has several times.
Let me finish. So let me finish.
Oh, I am hearing from people that X, Y, and Z, and X, Y, and Z didn't happen, and that is what makes me.
So the thing about Walter, which is interesting, is the thing that I find. So we pick and choose from the people. I think you're right in terms of get that. He's really good at understanding, hey guys, you're living in a narrative, and watch, like Luigi's going to pop up, and watch in 3 weeks, this thing's going to happen. And then it happens. What he's good at spotting, because I think he's a writer. I think he's on top of the narrative predictions. Guys, watch what's happening in front of you. Right. And that's, Michael, what you were talking about, K-Pave story, like these things are out there, and it just keeps you, let's just say, very discerning about So like the 48-hour rule that Scott Adam talks about, but as I start doing things like, so for example, when we decided, when we found out we had bombed Iran, right? My immediate response is the Chinese farmer, maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's necessarily horrible. I don't think it's necessarily good. Whatever. Let's give it some time to work its way out. What does this end up resulting in, right? And if it does result in a ceasefire and yada, 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 and maybe that's not the reason it happened, but if we end up and nothing's too bad and they did actually do some damage to their ability to enrich, that's okay, right? So just trying to have some discernment about those things. But I'm highly suspect. And here's the thing that I would just say is people say we're all living our own echo chambers. And that is true. Like you can get caught in a right echo chamber because there are a lot of stuff that in the immediacy of a response, like they might want to say, I don't agree with Trump on everything. Like I like the direction he's going, but they're going to be, I realize with any politician, I'm going to like some things. I'm not going to like some things, but generally are you doing something there that's important is I have become so suspect. But if you actually give yourself a chance to have some people that at least have some principles that are trying to get things right and aren't just going to try and always pump one side or the other. And then if you sit back, a picture emerges usually within 48 to 72 hours on an issue to where you can pick and choose and at least have some sort of a sense of what's going on.
Yeah, but
or even if you don't know what's going on, but you don't trust the official stories on either side.
Yeah, but I really like people that I can trust to say things. I mean, this is really the thing with Baghdad Bob and what's going on with Iran and Israel. Like I have been obsessively listening to Iranian news in Farsi, right? And I mean, the main reason I'm not listening so much to Israeli news is my modern Hebrew isn't very good. And so it's hard. But like, and let's face it, even my Farsi isn't that great. And so it's also hard. So it would be a lot easier for me to listen to things in English. But the entire framing of the discussion in English is just so incredibly wrong. Like, I want to hear people talk who have some, like, I don't know if you guys watched my Iranian propaganda stream where I gave an example, right? The people who were, yeah, I actually asked Grok how many people speak both languages, and it said 25 to 75,000 is the estimate. And it's like
humble brag.
I actually probably know at least half of those people. No, I mean, look, one of the biggest mistakes Iran made, I call it the Project Paperclip mistake, which is you drive the Jews out of your country to the hands of the people you hate, and they destroy you, which is what Iran did, and why Mossad has so much. There's about 400,000 Persian Jews in Israel now, as opposed to 25,000 in Iran, because of the persecution of the Jews. And so, like 100,000 of those people are first generation immigrants from Iran, right? And so it's like, yeah, guess what? They know a lot about Iran. But all of that to say, it really bothers me when I see the analysis is so stupid. And it's Baghdad Bob comes into this, because when you watch the news as it is reported in Iran, they're having victory parades in Iran right now.
Yeah, but Jacob, here's the other thing though. Here's the comfort I have, and I think this is a low number, so I'm just going to say a low number, 60%. 60% of people in the United States know that CNN, ABC, NBC, and all of them are Baghdad Bob. They know it's Baghdad Bob. Because if you look at the polls, like if you look at it, because they've demonstrably been disproven over, and this whole Biden thing, like if you watch Mark Halperin in two-way, I would push Mark Halperin a little bit because he's acting as if he knew that Biden was. We all knew he was compromised before the 2020 election, and Halperin would say that he recognized that in 2017. Well, I didn't see Halperin hammering the Biden is demented over and over so he's taken a little bit of like he's the high road because he's saying it now, but mainstream press and the Biden cover up is just the latest. Normal people could look at that and what they could see is, oh, my grandma and grandpa looked and did those things and sundowned and had Parkinson's walk and he's not well. Like everyone knew that, right? So now they come back with the mea culpa and everyone knew it and they had to play the charade or whatever. So most people, if you would ask them, they realize that what they're getting out of mainstream media, New York Times or whatever, is their Baghdad Bob, which I think is I think the number is higher than that because the mainstream press is 26% of the population approves of them or whatever, larger percentage of Democrats, but not a majority of Democrats believe them. And so it's not that much. And that's what's hard in today's day and age for all of us, right? We want to get good information. We know we've got Baghdad Bob, whether they're on Fox or CNN.
Yeah. So, I'm pretty sure Adam knows who Baghdad Bob is, but in case anybody isn't aware, so Baghdad Bob is the comical name people gave to the Iraqi information minister who was talking on television, talking about how the Iraqis were winning, and there was no the Americans were not advancing on Baghdad, as you could see the smoke behind him.
Well, so the moment that this happened in America was during the deadly riots of 2020, where you had reporters from multiple TV stations as stuff burning behind them, literally buildings burning, saying it's mostly peaceful protests out here. It's like, I mean, that was Baghdad Bob. Like people were all stuck in their houses watching it. And a lot of just people who just had a moment of common sense is like, that's not mostly peaceful. Sorry. But yet that was the narrative. That was the holy word around the BLM protests because they wanted to create the violence. The holy word was mostly peaceful. And they used that over and over and over and over again.
January 6th was mostly peaceful.
Yeah, and tagging it an insurrection, which is also hilarious. Too bad many people were jailed, were not given due process. And
look, we were genuinely freaked out. Like I was watching that play out, right? And like I'm looking at like these representatives, right, that are like fleeing and all this stuff. And like we've got Handmaid's Tale hyper nonsense in our heads, right? And we're like, holy shit, right? Like Trump was gathering his people together. Like we kind of knew leading up to it. And I was submitting takedown requests for Trump.win and complaining to Cloudflare and like tagging stuff and like, like looking for, do I know anybody there that I can report? I mean, it's crazy. Like, because we saw like that level of existential crisis. Like I had to really be talked off of a ledge.
So
and
Guy
what point did you go?
Callahan is one of the OGs around here. He's one of the first people I actually interviewed on this channel ever. And he is also one of the people whose views I respect, despite the fact we often disagree. And so when I would love to hear what you have to say.
You're the second person I know who is an Iranian Jew, and therefore you're the second person I know who speaks both languages, which is quite interesting. The first one I met at university, and he was studying how to make very large computer chips, which he then disappeared off into the Israeli army to make for them. So I never heard from him again. But his family were lovely. I went to see them in Israel. I think that what you're doing is the right thing, Jacob. I think that if I could, I would listen to both sides from the horse's mouth, so to speak, because I think that what we hear and what we have filtered to us in the West is not what is actually really going on, and is actually almost certainly not the underlying power effects that is being going on. I mean, the Iranian.
I mean, I was talking to somebody. So we had our estuary on Tuesday, and I was talking to somebody about it, and I said, "Well, Israel bombed Evin prison and the Basiji headquarters," and he said, "I don't know what that means." And I said, "Yeah." Like, no, I completely understand. If you don't know what Evin prison is, and you don't know who the Basijis are, right? And like those two words, like, and I would be very, very surprised if half of the people who are comic Dave Smithing it know what Evin prison is and what Basijis are and what it means for Israel to bomb those two things and the implications of it. Like it would take me hours. It would take me hours.
Do you? I mean, we have Belmarsh here in the UK, which is a prison where they shove all the immigrants and the worst kind of people.
Okay.
And that isn't Evian by any means.
Evin prison is where political prisoners are taken to be tortured.
It's the beginnings of the Gulag.
It's not the beginnings of. Apparently, they've sped up their executions over the past week.
It's cheaper that way. To be honest, bullets aren't that expensive.
And I think at least part of that is there's a it's the cover of news, right? Although I have to say, I think these executions might end up being more. One of the things I tweeted out at 2 a.m. last night was a quote from, I was listening to Iran International, which is the biggest monarchist channel. And they they kept on replaying this. Actually, this woman called and she's like, I keep on hearing about executions. Iran executes more people in 1 year than Israel has ever killed of Persians. So, like, if like who's exactly killing us?
But it's our own people. It doesn't count.
You know,
isn't that true?
Back to the Khmer Rouge. I was taught that auto-genocide is the worst form of genocide.
Yeah, I could imagine that. I am not sure. Yes, civil wars are the worst wars, definitely, as well. Because no one takes quarter. No one cares in that level. I mean, that's why Sudan is such an awful mess. Because they're just tearing each other apart for reasons that, to outsiders, and I certainly, having read quite a lot about it, still don't really understand. It's probably about power and money, but it's not that visible in a clear way. I mean, the nice thing is the Israel bit is very clear. Netanyahu is doing literally anything he can to make sure he doesn't get out of power and get into jail.
Okay, you are now going to trigger Yoav, if not Chazi.
Apologies.
Because
apologies.
I have to say, I'm not sure any Israeli politician would be doing different. Yes, it definitely felt like wag the dog to me. I'm not I'm not a fan of Netanyahu.
Favorite movie of mine.
I hate the having to even say that, like the disavowal necessary to the point where it's the anti-Zionists who have gotten me to be like, if you want to call me a Zionist, call me a Zionist, because they do. Because like I would rather be affiliated with the Zionists than affiliated with the anti-Zionists right now. And like they're doing a similar thing is being done with Netanyahu. The fact is, obviously it's early times, but every indication is that this campaign and has been far, far, far more successful than any intelligent person could have anticipated. The things that could have gone very, very wrong, very obviously, have not yet gone wrong. The regime, the Islamic regime, has absolutely been humiliated. That's really important. And the fact that Israel stopped bombing, that there's a ceasefire, is huge, because as long as there was bombing, there was a reason for Persians not to be out on the streets going, you spent trillions of dollars on this stupid enrichment, and where has it gotten us?
But it's made us a powerful nation that everyone wants to fear.
Except not a single one of Iran's allies stood up with that. Yeah. And the final act of bombing Qatar, there is a reason why Iran bombed Qatar. And part of it was, you betrayed us.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Jacob,
that's interesting, isn't it? Go on, sorry.
Well, Osama bin Laden got in a lot of people's heads, right? A year and a half ago, it goes like viral on TikTok, where there's like a recapitulation of his work circling all over the place by a bunch of Gen Zers, by a bunch of Zoomers, right? Okay. So here's a question, then we have a follow-up question, I think. Jacob, how do you see what we're attempting to point at when we're talking about woke right? Do you see a pattern of a predictable response from what we're pointing at with that woke right term and how they reacted to this Iran-Israel ordeal?
Well, I mean, most clearly, America can do no right and Iran can do no wrong, right? When you pretend there's a moral equivalence between Bibi Netanyahu and Ayatollah Khamenei, you've lost your mind. But you've lost your mind in a sort of wishy-washy moral equivalence way. But when you're actually being like, oh no, Netanyahu is worse than Khamenei, you have clearly lost, like you've beyond lost your mind. There's something else going on there, right?
So I saw an exaggeration about how much Israel controls the U.S. Like that was being exaggerated and propagandized hard. I saw that, right? So they like nonstop, right? From like every kind of feed, and what I say, there's no love in particular for Iran from that group, as far as I could tell. The position that I saw was, let's stay out of it and hopefully Israel screws itself over and gets destroyed.
Well, that's actually a somewhat reasonable, like, okay, if you are taking, okay, you are sane washing what's actually happened on the on the woke right, because
Okay, yeah, help me
there
out.
are definitely sane people, right? There are definitely sane people who are like, I mean, I was on the fence about us actually bombing uh, Fordo, right? Um, I I don't know that I, I don't know what the costs of those bombs were. I don't know what the cost of that mission was. I don't know if it was worth it for the American people for the results that we got, because the people who talk about they must have evacuated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The damage that was done simply by making them evacuate, right? That's already a a serious thing, right? Um, and I don't know if the damage we did with our bombs. I mean, I guess we needed to test the bombs, so I don't know if we had to drop. I guess they dropped 7 of them, 9 of them, something like that. Maybe 2 would have been enough, right? Like, I actually think about the millions of dollars each one of those bombs cost, right? And the worth it was to America for us.
You can't get the money back, though.
Yeah, but like now we're gonna have to replace those bombs. We're gonna have, or we could.
It was cheaper than the pallets of cash Obama shipped over.
This is true, but I'll tell you, I would have much preferred if we had sold the bombs to Israel.
So let me understand. So again, to show you how I don't pay attention to certain things, I see they become a theme, and so I'm just like, I kind of get it. Describe to me someone that I would understand. What is woke right? I hear this term being thrown. What is woke right? And could you point to someone you would say, this is the poster child of what people would label woke right? Someone I might know.
Having gotten the accusation a few times this week, can I give it a spin?
Yeah.
I would rather steelman it, but go ahead.
All right. So having been on the woke left, for sure, unquestionably, I think Peterson's right on resentment politics and power dynamics. Okay. You can abstract resentment politics and power dynamics and put it in a more masculine red context, right? A right context. And it's going to take the same pattern is there, even though it's going to manifest differently, right? So on the left, especially when it became particularly woke, right, instead of just like kind of generic economic communism, which is like who's the bourgeois, who's the wealthy, you know, and the power structures. Okay, what happened post Trayvon Martin shooting during Occupy Wall Street is went, okay, we need to change this conversation. Who's the 1% of race and gender, right? And so that really blooms because, among other things, Wall Street and center left Democrats are happy to implement social policies wherever you want. Just don't touch their money, right? Okay. So then on the right, got a lot of disenchanted leftist people, okay, who didn't want to get anywhere near the evangelicals, especially post-Iraq war. Okay, so there's been this like swing over, but the resentment didn't go away. And then they had to look for a new power dynamic structure. And so now you're hearing, right, a resurgence of all this power within media or the Israeli state or blah, blah, blah. Their new white man, right, is the Jew, right? And they're back in the conversation like that, where same kind of socialist, resentment politics that are not unrecognizable from the turn of the century, right, 100 years ago. Now it's back in play, but very much on the right.
All the Christian nationalist guys are woke right too. So
And what makes it woke right?
Okay, let me do this because I think it's important. To answer your question 100%, Daryl Cooper is the perfect example of woke right. Martyr made history. Perfect example of woke right.
Okay.
Vocal Distance and James Lindsay have long treatments explaining why these terms, they've been using them for much longer than these were not common terms when they were using them. It is a useful term. Now,
so Vocal Distance, I can go find his treatise. I like Vocal Distance. James Lindsay, God bless you, Jacob. I know you like him. I'm not a fan of James. I know, it's okay. I just don't like him.
But Vocal Distance has also been talking about the woke right, as has Neil Shenvi, which I'm guessing you're not a great fan of either. But he's one of the first ones. But a lot of these Venn diagrams have been going on, and this is just one version of them, right? But I think it's accurate. But to explain why it's useful, right, is people like me. There were a lot of our friends around here who told me, hey, you have to hear Fear and Loathing in Palestine, right? Which is the 30-hour series that Martyr Made History, Daryl Cooper made of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And for a lot of people, they felt like, oh, this was wonderful, right? Then I guess you don't understand the universe very well, young God. Wait to be educated. And so for a lot of people, you listen to that and it sounds really empathetic to Jews. It sounds very erudite. It sounds very factual. And people get mad when I say, oh, there's nothing wrong with his facts. It's the selection of his facts that are problems.
Yeah. So because I have way more of the actual Christian nationalist people that before some of them made the hard turn, just because I was like, oh, I want to see what's going on in Reformed Twitter. But like Daryl Cooper, because I don't follow him that much, but he's the just asking questions kind of guy, right?
Well, that's why this is so important, right? So look,
because you have them both.
Before why Daryl Cooper is so important. Before Daryl Cooper confessed, right? There were a bunch of lots of. If you're excited about anything, it should be a guy. That's Nick being very excited you're here, guy.
So I've listened to a lot of Daryl Cooper.
So I immediately listening to him, I could tell this guy's an anti-Semite. I could tell this guy is woke, right? But people were like, and lots of people were defending him. And it's like, no, there was a pattern that I was seeing before he said, oh, yeah, I'm actually a Nazi who hates Jews.
So Jacob, can I, all right, look, what I found, right, within, right, so like his mother's like Armenian Orthodox. Okay.
Apparently his mother-in-law is, but yeah. Okay.
So I'm a little undecided on Daryl Cooper, right? But I know what you're pointing at. Now here's the thing that I've seen though. Within those, especially Eastern European, but not just Eastern European, I could include the Palestinian Orthodox Christians in this too, and a couple of other groups. They don't look particularly kindly on rabbinic Judaism. Okay.
That's to say the least.
Right. And the feeling seems to be mutual. You'll see these videos of like Jews spitting on the Christians in the area, right? Okay. Now look.
I have to say that is the latest blood libel.
Yeah, well, maybe, right? But like factions fighting with each other and doing stupid things, that's not new.
No,
that's not new, right?
Yeah, but it is. First of all, even that video, nobody spat on anyone. You always hear spitting on them.
So this is a little esoteric. I'm going to help you guys come into this. I'm just a simple Kansas, lawyer. I'm not as smart as you guys. So what are some policy positions on the right that people think is woke right if you support it? Can you give me some practical?
These Venn diagrams, that's what a lot of people have been going, trying to explain, right? How the woke left and the woke right.
So this woke right stuff does not apply. I would just say this woke right stuff, it seems like they try to paint the brush that anybody who's MAGA is woke right. Yet when I'm looking at this Venn diagram,
vast majority of MAGA is not woke right.
Right, but no, the people on the left would see some of those responses.
Forget the people on the left.
I'm trying to get to the term, but they're using the term, so I'm trying to understand how they're just trying, and also saying that, well, this thing over here, if it's right of center, it's the same thing. No, things aren't the same things. Sometimes there's wrong, and that wrong needs to be taken care of. But these would be the people that you would see that are anti-Zionist sorts of people.
The thing is, and this is,
I'm just looking at the first one.
This is the difficult thing with me here, right? Like anybody who's paying attention to my whose dog is that?
I'm sorry, that's my dog.
Yeah. Like with me here, like I have been clearly
you're not a Zionist.
I am not a Zionist. I have been making this clear for a very, very long time.
From the first day I met you, basically, Jacob.
And what I keep on saying is stop making me defend the Zionists.
Right? We'll bring Hezi on to do that.
Well, so I got my parents. My parents have a new neighbor that moved in post-COVID. Okay.
Yeah.
He was one of these Jordan Peterson folks, came out of like some leftist stuff and like went hard trad, set up like a whole farmstead, bought 10 acres right next to me. It's my parents only have one neighbor. It's him and his family, right? Now, he won't mind me saying this because he would say this unapologetically, right? He's a fascist, right? And he's absolutely a white nationalist. Like, no question, not debating it, not like, oh, am I? Like, yes, of course I am, right? Now, so the Anglo piece, right, of his heritage, he's going, yes, I care about that. Yes, I care about, us having a place that we can call our own, and we're under no obligation to just have spaces that are multicultural and diverse and blah, blah, blah. Right. And from his perspective, right, when he looks at like what happened with the Bolsheviks, right, and
it was the Jews that did it. Like Lenin,
right.
Like,
how large do you think? So I think we could say the woke left got very large, not anywhere near a majority, but very large when we think about academia.
Well,
Like there's a
never large. It was influential. This is
no. Let me say this: large. I would say something like 25 to 30%. You could have been very imbibed in those. It was nearing something like that, Jacob. If you would take a look at that. But okay, what number would you give it? What would you give woke? All these girls running around the street, everything. What would you give woke?
The woke right is definitely smaller than the woke left.
And would it be like the neo-Nazis?
It's definitely, it's not just neo-Nazis.
I didn't say just.
Look, okay.
I can explain in a way that okay. So if you think Corey Mahler is the guy that is blatant, he's a Lutheran, whatever, like blatantly like says, that he's a Nazi or whatever, but like
he's been excommunicated by the Lutherans, by the way.
Yeah. So he's like all the way there. But then there's like a whole bunch of like Christian nationalistic guys who will not say, oh yeah, we love Corey, but people are like, why are they following him? Or like, why aren't they, like, we know people in their churches are listening to Corey Mahler, and why aren't they telling the people in their churches not to listen to him? And then they're like, so it's like, they have some plausible deniability, but then they're saying all this like, oh, we need to have a Christian nation and return all this stuff, but they don't say it in a way that's blatantly offensive. I mean, they do say like synagogues should be illegal and stuff like that. And then they have the more secular people like Daryl Cooper, people like Candace Owens and whoever, where they'll be like, oh yeah, they make a good point. Yeah, look at that. Like, And so that's how it kind of like filters across. So it's tough. It's tough to say because because it is more of a it's existing in a more subversive area than like the left thing, because the left had all this institutional power, so they could just say, trans lives matter, and then if you don't say it, like like they have these big like blatant virtue signals. On the other side, it's all these like subtle like insider virtue signals.
And the reason why I say it's larger, we just saw it play out on the floor of the CRC over the past number of years. I mean, like in 2015, when they first changed the center banner mandate, they added the word diverse in there. Again, the holy word diversity, right? They added the word verse in there. So because they were going to try and go for this and listen to these people speak on the floor of the CRC. You hear all the secular, atheist, woke, holy words, misogynistic, transphobic, like, the words, the holy words, the litany. They have the liturgies of the left memorized and they spew them out. So that's why I'm just saying the woke left, at least in the United States that I experienced, like you would get it from HR departments. It was pervasive. And so again, Jacob, when you say, I hear this term, so I think people are inartfully using it because
Lance, no. What is going on? No, let me finish. The woke right term is useful, and claiming that it's inartful absolutely negates its use. It is.
Well, but people are using it inartfully because the point is, I'm seeing people call.
There's no way to be more artful.
Jacob, I'm seeing people, and you can say don't care about, they aren't right about it. People are misusing the term and calling things that are just what I would say aren't to what you guys are talking about, this more fringe woke right fascism.
Hold on. This happened on the left too. Okay. This happened on the left too. So the people on the left who were like, the people sort of on the center left or something like that were going, these things that you're talking about, because it doesn't register the same way. They're not sensitive to some of it the same way. And so they're going, these aren't that big of a deal. Like, calm down. It's not really that impactful. It's this, right? And I actually think that
exact same thing with CRT. What does diversity mean? Nobody ever taught critical theory. Critical race theory was never taught in schools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's the exact same thing. You can't define critical theory. Therefore, you can't criticize it.
No, I get it. So the point, I guess I would say, just in terms of my natural, normal life. So I grew up around and am still friends with rural deplorables. Like, just really, they are the basket of deplorables, right? And then I also, obviously a lot of white collar sort of stuff or whatever. So when you see those, like again, my problem is Jacob does a good job. Is Jacob listens to everyone. So even if someone is highly offensive, no matter left, right, whatever, he'll listen to them and try and figure out what they're saying because he's trying to learn. I generally tune those people out, right? It's just kind of, I don't have enough headspace for that sort of stuff or whatever. So I just kind of, whatever that is. And so I find all of those viewpoints, if you would ask me what those are. So, okay, so this would be a good one. So I'm willing to learn. Is there a white supremacy problem? Is white supremacy like now again, I know they were being hyperbolic when they said white supremacy is the biggest issue in America today. That was hyperbolic, but are we starting to see and I'm talking about white supremacy. I'm thinking of what's that movie with Edward Norton or whatever.
Hold on.
Okay, that's the most extreme.
Yeah,
no,
it's
the
subtle.
woke right aren't just your old Nazis. They're not just your old Nazis.
It is, and so there is obviously elements because here's the thing, because they're very like it doesn't take, you don't have to scratch very deep before you do start getting people saying interracial marriage. I don't know. I think, maybe it's acceptable, but it's not natural. You don't have to you don't have to dig deep to hear that stuff.
Okay. And so I think one of the things I do think is true, one of this pendulum swing is that when you do the beauty of the diversity is it's going to cause the infighting and the hatred and raise racial tensions because you make it the most important thing. And if I'm a young white man, this is the Peterson effect, who's been told I'm useless, I'm the problem, you're not needed, all those other sorts of things, I do understand why some of those young white men might be, well, F you, right? So right. I get, and I think I think it has risen since the, let's say, 90s, 2000s, because they intentionally made these racial divisions. Not from the people that got caught up in not the normal everyday people who got caught up in it. I believe there are bad actors that are fomenting these things. We could read what they were trying to do. This is a playbook that they basically worked out in academia, started, and so on and so forth. And particularly once they grabbed the institutions, they were able to really ramp it up, right? But, okay, so I'm not ignorant, and I'm listening to you guys. I trust all you guys here. What you're saying is that, and it's probably the circles I don't run in, is
no,
I actually
it is the circles.
I'm probably not asking the right questions. Maybe I'm the sort of person they wouldn't share those views with.
No,
maybe
it's the things you wouldn't see. So this used to be what I used to do on Bridges of Meaning, right? I would be reading people, and they would say certain things which were like, it was obvious to me this person's an anti-Semite, but I don't expect any of you to. Like, when somebody starts talking about the USS Liberty, you've probably never heard of the USS Liberty. If you want to, you can go look up at the USS Liberty. You will find out that it's a huge waste of your time to find out what the USS Liberty is. But for the people who, this is the USS Liberty, once people know about the USS Liberty, please go ahead, look up the USS Liberty, right? But when I would say, hey, this person's talking about USS Liberty, right? Most people, well, they don't even know what that is. And Jacob's being crazy, right? The thing is, what I would know is, I can tell. What
would be the normie? What would be, now I have to admit, my real life connection group is limited to people in 12-step recovery meetings, which is fairly focused. You're fairly focused when you're there. And I have a few people that I'm in connection with just in terms of sponsorship and other things. I have an Orthodox church community. I have an Orthodox church community, right? And then I have a few people here at work, and I moved to a new city. So I'm not hanging around tons. I kind of have I have these deep, small units. I don't have a broad, I'm not hanging out broadly with people. What would be things for myself, I guess, to see if I'm hanging around people who have been radicalized woke right?
So what you will see, for example, in the Orthodox Church, is people who will talk about Lenin being Jewish.
So I've never heard that. Do you think they would say that? So
yeah, they would like, they especially in the Russian Orthodox Church, like there are definitely people who have certainly heard that, but like it's one of these things which,
well, yeah,
when you talk about woke stuff, you talk about diversity. Well, most people I know like the idea of diversity, like equity. That seems like a good thing, right? Who's against equity?
Well, so I'd ask a question. I'll be serious. You guys know me. You know how I talk about things or whatever. Am I woke right?
So
if you say I am, I'm fine.
No. There are people who would say that simply because you brought up what is a real woke talking point. I don't think you were bringing it up as a talking point. It's something you've heard which made sense to you, which is, there are people who misuse the term woke right, therefore we should stop using it. That is a classic woke tactic. That is classic.
So, and I'm an extemporaneous thinker the same way you are, Jacob. I'm a high extrovert. So, when I'm legal and I write things down, I'll be very specific in terms of that. I'm not saying that. Obviously, people are finding something and they're targeting. They're basically describing a phenomenon. I'm sure it exists. I'm not denying that it doesn't exist or whatever.
I would say if you're involved in the 12-step program, and most of the people who are involved are pretty well inoculated, because it's very much externalizing all of life's problems onto an outside force. So if you realize your own position before God.
Right, the whole program is keep your eyes on your own paper. Like, look at yourself.
Yeah. So I wouldn't expect it there. And probably, I would say most of the stuff's so much more online. So it's like, okay, and there is stuff in Orthodoxy and Catholicism too. Like, this is the thing that really sucks about, on the one hand, we had such a great influx via Peterson of people in the corner who are finding these ancient religions for all the right reasons. But at the same time, there's a bunch of people that are turning to them, and there are certainly some online influencers that are driving it for very much the wrong reasons. And so you would see it more on the things they put online. And it's tough because it's because you see this anonymous accounts that are all focused on either being Orthodox or Catholic or whatever, and it's all this
or redeemed, or reformed,
and reformed too, the Reformed they're really explicit with the just the Christian nationalist, they just say it. The other ones where it's the return thing, and it's the Crusades were justified, and all this stuff, if they say and it's tough because it's in that meme way of communicating where it's overblown. But certainly some of those people are taking it to heart at a much deeper level than it maybe appears in the form of memes. And so it's and in that way, it's well, who knows? Maybe some of the young people in your church are doing that online, but they're only brave enough to do it online. So it's
So 3 years ago, when I'm going through catechesis, right, in the Orthodox Church, one of the guys that I'm with, right, we're able to talk, some intense metaphysical things that had happened to us. He's a recovering ketamine user, right? Now he's dropping little things the whole time that I have this relationship with them. I get lunch with them a few times. We're in catechesis together, all that. But there's definitely an over rotation on the Jews, right? Like, oh, they have this problem, so we're going through catechesis, going through church history. If that gets brought up, like he really latches on to it, right? There's a hyper resentment towards women. Right. He's like, oh, there's women, don't treat me right. He's not married, he doesn't have kids. And then as time progresses, right, I end up moving. Okay. But he's like texting me, and I'll just get I never even saved his number, which is probably shitty of me, but I'm getting these texts, and I kind of know who it is because of the content that is sending me. It's like, the truth about this, and then some sly comment about how the Jews control this thing, and so it's just constant. Oh, these damn women, But then there's the influx of okay, well, here's a cool Orthodox thing, and so it goes. Then 2 months ago, 3 months ago, something. I get this insane barrage of messages, and he's calling out to some random girl. He must have been spamming this to everybody that he knew about these two women and their whores and blah, 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 blah. I find out about a month ago, got himself in jail, right, for harassment, right. Yeah, he's unstable with all this ketamine usage, right? All this. Now, I've seen examples of guys like this on my way into the Orthodox Church, and we're like, hey, there's no wrong reason to land here, right? And we're here to help soften your heart. All of us need our hearts softened, right? So maybe you got here for some insane reasons, but just keep showing up, show up to coffee hour, do the things, do the work, right? But, one of the unfortunate things, as this conversation escalates, right, what we saw in the tension between Lindsay and Peugeot 2 years ago, right, is going to continue to escalate, right? Now, Lindsay got walked off that ledge, probably due to Jordan's intervention, most likely, right? Good. But that tension is going to continue to exist because we're a house where a lot of those folks are landing, right? The Tradcaths and the Orthodox Church, that's where a lot of these folks are landing, because among other things, we're more friendly to some of those ideas than other bodies, right? Orthodox parishes that are exclusively Russian, or Greek or Romanian or whatever, are not afraid to this is our identity. This is who we are. We have a nationality around this that we're not ashamed of. And so that's friendlier for some of those ideas. But one of the telltale signs about it is I think the resentment, especially towards women and towards what they see as the power that controls everything behind the scenes and how they're oppressed by it, which is the Jews.
So
yeah,
can I use similar
guys.
Okay, go ahead.
The guy has to leave, and I want to let him have a last word if he wants.
No, but yes. So yes, of course, I'm going to have a last word. Yes, right. What an interesting thought. The Economist had a thing about it this week. I can't imagine it. It's really weird. Having read that, having listened to you all, I look around me in my dear old little blighty existence, and it just doesn't exist. And I can't even imagine it existing, partly because, of course, we don't have the whole MAGA thing.
Well, I might be too old. We might be a little.
There's definitely a woke right in England.
Yeah.
The Lotus Eaters podcast filled.
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, young British men that are resentful of the influx of immigrants.
Oh yeah.
I might be too old for. We might be too old to experience young guys. Probably won't open up to guys like you and I like that. Maybe that might be my problem. I'm too old.
That's not a problem, but look, the term woke right is incredibly useful, and I am glad it exists because it helps identify something that is very dangerous, right? And I would prefer gets nipped in the bud before does what the woke did on the left. And is James Lindsay barking dog who barks maybe a little bit too much? Maybe. At the same time, yeah, I mean, I think he's wrong when he, for example, says the Vice President JD Vance is woke right. I don't think it's advanced as much as he as much as he thinks it has, right? But the fact is that it is a useful term for people who are looking for a pattern to be like, hey, are these people using very similar arguments, very similar worldview, which definitely includes resentment, group-based view, which is understandable. Look, our atomized individualism, there's something wrong with it. There are definitely criticisms you can have of liberalism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what has happened is that there's a strain of wokeism that is now actually embodying itself, and frankly, it has been for years. I have been talking about the Marxists on the right for years.
Mm-hmm. No, and so it's fringe. That's really helpful for me.
It's been really useful. Thank you very much.
See ya.
My God.
What's been really helpful for me is resentment and victim mindset, right? So that seems to be a permeating, because that's okay. So that's that permeating thing. So that, by the way, the beautiful thing is a 12-step program, or following the path of Orthodoxy or Judaism or whatever, or even if you're in a good, strong Protestant church, it should help you get rid of those things through the practice of those things, because Christ is the opposite of, just for us, we're the opposite of that. So that is extremely helpful. And then the other thing, which is where you try and thrive, where you kind of want to come into the middle, which is when I think about Babylon, or when I think about, for us, even Pentecost, and I think about what you say is that, and that's neither Jew nor Gentile, that's not what that means. He made us uniquely different, and that's good. Like, understanding your Polish roots, like I grew up at a time to where people were still more connected. And so on the Polish side of the family, they would have all the Polish food around holidays and everything else. And then on the German side of the family, we'd do this. And then my grandpa remarried an Italian woman. And then they had, like, there were all these familial food, particularly like food. And then how they would handle birthdays and Christmases. It was really interesting. And there's nothing wrong with understanding the beauty in that, and understanding the destruction of some of those cultural, like, I think one of the things Orthodoxy did do well was they tried to embody whatever the culture, like they tried to imbibe even within these liturgies, which are all the same. If you go to these different cultural, you're going to get the cultural flavor and how they sing, like the tones they're going to use, the food that comes around the feast, like all this stuff is there. So is it woke right to believe that, is it okay for me to be proud to be an American and glad to be an American?
Okay, so
I know I'm asking a dumb question, but
I have to start with if you believe that anything exists which has no purpose, no good in it whatsoever, you are not a monotheist. You don't believe in one God who created the world. Everything has some good in it and some way, and that includes the woke. And that's one of the things I have tried as best as I can to include what is good. We have to do in Hebrew it's called borer, the separation, the elucidation, clarification, right?
Wheat from chaff.
Yeah, wheat from chaff. That is the literal thing where borer comes from, is wheat from chaff. And I have to say, part of the reason I have been so worried about the woke right is because there are things they talk about which the rest of us need to talk about and liberate from the clutches of the woke, in order for, because if we can't talk about, and some of the spicier stuff they talk about, right, repeal the 19th, right, there's more there than people are comfortable with. And people will call me a misogynist, but whatever, right? And so it was with great reluctance that I called Yoram Hazony woke right.
And you're behind repealing the 19th, right? I believe.
Nah, I joke about it. I'm not actually.
Well, we can have the conversation.
We can have the conversation the same way we can talk about 2 + 2 = 5.
No, but
Yes,
but this
okay,
is
wait.
well, this is actually like the spicier topic. So I think what you're right, Jacob, which is I think he pointed out here in the TLC, which is third rails. But so in the United States, you could talk about, and this is not anti-wisdom, but women, because I think it's actually been to the great detriment of women, feminism and its rise and the effects that it has played out in the lives of women, right? Birth rate collapse, not getting married, not valuing motherhood, and leaving 45-year-old women alone with a career in their apartment, miserable. Like,
Yeah.
so
okay,
again, these are these third
now
rails.
you're becoming a woke right discussion, sir.
Yeah.
No,
well,
it's not. No, it's not, because that's a third rail and spicy thing. But I think.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, but none of us are
if
going
you
to
can't talk about it fairly without talking about what precedes it, without talking about what precedes that.
Yep.
So I want to get this back on track, or to a resolution, because the problem is, is that they're trying to use this same mushy epistemology of postmodernism that makes everything the same, and so then they hate something that has a clear message like this. Okay, see, there's things that differ, very basic. They don't like that idea, which is why this is their second least favorite group that they want to get rid of. So, but I mean, it does go, but that is it. Like, yeah.
So here's the complication that the Orthodox face. Okay, we have a contested view of certain words, right? With our rabbinic friends, we have things that are contested there, and then we certainly have a lot to contest with the dispensationalists, right? And so this is part of what makes Orthodox circles so friendly to that, right? And we're gonna get lumped in pretty viciously.
Yeah, and so I think it's something to keep an eye out for. I have not been I've been in Antiochian, Greek Orthodox, OCA. I have not been in a ROCOR or a Romanian church. Okay, so I know they all have their different flavors.
ROCOR,
right? They do.
is heavily infected with woke right.
So I know they all have their different flavors, right? And so, although the liturgies and everything you do is exactly the same. What I have found is those who truly try to embrace, it's the same people who actually try to work the steps in a 12-step program. If you actually get on the path works and it changes you. And so if someone were to come in with those sorts of things, the catechesis, but the priest and the how that works its way out is ultimately the individual is changed. And so those deep resentments, right? The deep resentments and the anger and the victim mindset and all that stuff gets wiped out real quick, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things I talked to Andrew about before he got baptized into the Coptic Church. Is I said, Andrew, the more someone actually believes in God and believes in Christianity, the more for them, the fact that you are getting baptized means you are Coptic. And for somebody who being Coptic, like the waters of baptism doesn't transform you, you are going to be a really tall white and Asian guy. And you're going to stick out like a sore thumb. And that's not going away. But the more someone actually, so when like the priest is going to be like, of course he's Coptic. I dunked him myself. He's Coptic. Whereas there's going to be a lot of people in the aisles who are going to look at him and it doesn't matter, right? And that's why I bring up the Lenin is Jewish thing, right? So Lenin's mother's father's father, so Lenin's mother's father was baptized into the Orthodox Church. His grandfather was actually also like they were not very religious Jews, right? But so like Lenin's mother was raised as a Christian, as a Eastern Orthodox Christian. So if you believe in the waters of baptism, the idea that because Lenin's mother's father's father was a believing, learned Jew, right? Like that means that the Bolshevik Revolution was done by the Jews. Like
so this is a little bit of a straw man of
Christian idea.
This isn't what they say. Like just for the sake of talking about uncomfortable things, like what they will probably get at is something like if you took what they're getting at seriously, is a sort of de-enchanted, desacralized, secular Jewish thing, right? That had communist surroundings, right? Has a deep affinity with what was going on with the Bolsheviks. And they use this as the excuse to just paint with broad strokes of Judaism is like a brain virus, right? And will produce this ultimately.
You're stain-washing it.
Yeah, no.
That's what I kind of opened with.
Then you get to a whole thing because here, and this is this one I think it is actually just demonic and it's literally absurd satanic hatred for the Jews because it's like who is the Jews, and then they will either hate various groups of people for being or for not actually being Jewish, like they're not the real Jews and that's why they're evil, but also the real Jews are evil. And for all intents and purposes, my wife and all my daughters are Russian Jews because even though it was her grandmother converted to Christianity, that's whatever you get at a certain point, it's like one drop of blood. Some people is, and that's and that's the fear. That's why it's important to condemn this stuff because it always starts off with this just asking questions and it ends up in a bad place.
Here's parts where they're right. Take an Abrahamic tradition, take Christians, whatever, right? Secularize it, right? And what are you going to see? You're going to see heinous things. So there's some truth going on here, right? When you really pull out, like you leave the underpinnings, like you leave some of the traditions and some of the value sets, but you have ripped away what brought it into existence in the first place, right? Like when Tom Holland is trying to lay out that like the woke left thing, the social justice movement is like it's a sect of Christianity that removes Christ, right? It's like that, right? Our hope within these Orthodox circles where we're getting an influx of these guys, right, is that it's going to change them, not they change us. We change them, right? Christian, sorry, but when Paul talks about he would give his life so that everybody that he came, he would give up his own salvation. Like he would give it all away if they could have the good. Like he's not being hyperbolic. Like he actually would. Christians at our best, right, have love and tolerance, even if we're going to disagree with our rabbinic friends.
Yoav jumped in.
He always
Let the wisdom drop.
to say, yeah.
Yeah, I hope that you sort of close to finishing the previous subject, because I wanted to raise something that I think event that was important, and it's important for Jacob. Jacob and Chezi always has this argument about the Zionist state. Is it godly or not? Something has happened at the end of this war with Iran. Our prime minister has become much more religious. He has shown himself in our holiest place, accompanied with two rabbis, wrapped himself in a talit, and said a prayer of thanks to God, and also another special prayer that we have for foreign kings that we like. And also Trump is following the same pattern, and specifically giving thanks for God on the presumed success of the operation. Now you could see that this is a cynical political maneuver, because Netanyahu has his religious coalition partners. But now, following the war, he's as strong as he has ever been. His least needs his religious coalition partners. And also, this is a man that obviously have seen manifest miracles before his eyes. And it will be extremely cynical on our part if not to admit that this is a true case of a man that is saying God and has seen the light, and is getting back to the old religion. And he also, more than anybody in the country, has seen the destruction caused when a monotheistic Abrahamic religion is turning atheistic. If anybody has been damaged by that, it was him personally. So Jacob says that it's a case of wagging the dog. It's beginning to be a case of wagging the god.
Wagging, like, so Chazi said, Jacob, will you even consider what he's saying? I am considering what he's saying. And as I have said since the very beginning, so when somebody asks me to distinguish between what I think is acceptable Zionism and unacceptable Zionism, I always go to the same thing, which is, do you say Hallel with a bracha on Yom HaAtzmaut? I don't even feel comfortable saying Yom HaAtzmaut, which is how you say Day of Independence. I do the Hasidic thing of calling it the Day of Bones, as in dead bones.
Yeah, but this is not the case. This is the case of a man who has seen a miracle in his own eyes, and his life and the life of his family and his countrymen were saved.
Jews want to get an aliyah and say Gomel because we were in a situation of war. Each one can individually do that. Who is he to pretend, as the prime minister, to bench Gomel for the entirety of the Jewish people? Who does he think he is? Who made him that person?
Why do you think he was represented anybody? Why wouldn't he? Why don't you assume he was representing himself and his family?
Because it was televised.
Because it's the prime minister.
Not my prime minister.
So I can't speak obviously for the prime minister there, but Yoav was making the same point regarding Donald Trump, and I think we could probably say the same thing about Jordan Peterson too. These people, maybe some of us know more than others. None of us are going to have probably the experience to be in close enough proximity to try to judge or understand for ourselves what's going on. But I think that it's better for our own health and spiritual health, certainly, to assume that, or to pray or to hope that there is something God is working in these situations, and to not be so cynical. I think even if you look at the people who want to complain about Donald Trump and have all this list of well, he said this and he said that and blah blah blah, and then we just have all these country bumpkin Christians that are just oh, the pastor says we're supposed to pray for the president, and they're just praying for him, and they believe because I think he definitely had some change, something. There was definitely a degree of change after his assassination attempts and all that. And it's the same thing with Peterson. It's like we could spend all of our time trying to figure out what's really going on, or maybe just give them the benefit of the doubt for some of those things.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate on the event. Netanyahu was there with two rabbis, and they were saying the prayer together. You can say there were two rabbis going and saying Hagomel, and Netanyahu was participating with them. Of course, he was the main figure, being the prime minister. But Mike, cannot the prime minister pray?
Yes, he can pray. Just like after, I very much hope that in Donald Trump's personal life, he, first of all, I totally believe it was a miracle he wasn't killed. I totally believe it is an absolute miracle that he was not killed. And I would be incredibly happy if Donald Trump went and said Gomel at a synagogue. I would be very, very happy. That does not make him a religious authority in my life, nor should it.
No, I never said authority. I'm saying he's getting to be a religious man.
Amen. He should. Everyone in Eretz Israel should do teshuvah. I should do teshuvah. But one of the reasons I started this whole thing about talking about my childhood in Iran is I hate theocracies. I hate theocracies. I hate seeing the perversion of religion for political means. And that is my underlying dislike of Zionism.
So what happened in the last 2 weeks here? I'm worried about the wider Western attitude towards Israel, right? Rather than having a pragmatic stance on all of this, right? There was people who wouldn't have given Nick Fuentes the time of day who are all of a sudden propping him up real hard, right? I saw a lot of that. The last 2 weeks. And funny enough,
curious, who's propping him up? I'm always a little nervous with some of the more fringe people, particularly online. Yeah. When they're real people and we know they're real people and they're propping them up. Like Candace Owens is on a heater. I've kind of ignored her since she bust on the scene, as most Daily Wire people. I'm sorry. If you're a Daily Wire person, I'm sorry. I know, Jacob, I just haven't consumed any of it. just not my taste. I've never liked
I'm
any.
not that much of a Daily Wire person, honestly.
Yeah, I just whatever. I even missed the Ben Shapiro rage when it was, facts don't care about your feelings. I just went into that. But do you
I
think
was always opposed to his Zionism, so.
so? Are there real people bumping them up, or is it this? Because some of this is this bot army stuff, and I don't trust how some
No.
signals get raised. So who's been raising him up?
So there's a lot of use of the term friends, FRENS, and mutuals that circle these things. From the far left side, we would say that there's like it's white supremacist coded, it's dog whistles in a way, blah blah blah. Now, so those folks, right, who not that long ago were like, Fuentes is an idiot. He's derogatory term, dismiss him, something.
Yeah, that's me. I won't even listen to anything he says. Yeah.
So let's say something like 33% of those people, right, all of a sudden are like reposting and sharing his stuff and going, the guy that we don't like was right, and then like start, okay, we need to take what he's saying more seriously. Now, so what you've got at the very least is an American sentiment of, post Iraq war and, Middle East conflicts. We're like, we don't want it. We're done with this. Like, we're so sick of it. And so then now there's like an opportunity to bridge, right, with Nick Fuentes like thinking and the the tiredness. Yeah.
So, I see that there's people who are, and I think you can see it. Whatever you have this pro Hamas. Notice I'm not saying Gaza. Pro Hamas. That's a very different thing. And then not wanting to engage in the Middle East. That somehow, wait a minute, we both, because we want the same end, no involvement. That somehow now we're allies. Which I don't see those things coming together at all. They're two very distinct things. Because I will never be pro Hamas. Like you're never, like I'm just not. And if that makes me woke right, then I hate Hamas.
But you brought up Candace Owens. I think that she's a fantastic example of how this woke right thing is not limited to like white supremacy or something. It's not limited to that.
Yeah,
right?
The red pill kind of incel the men's problems with women. I mean, it's a thing that exists because guys can't get a date. Like that's a big factor in it.
It's a lot
it's a scourging
problems that led to it. It's now that being woke isn't as popular as it used to be among young people. There's a lot who are turning towards a different version of the same thing on the right.
And so, Lance, one of the weird things that I'm noticing that's probably going to go on here that I've already started to catch some vibes of is so critiques on the West and especially Protestantism and its friendliness with Rabbinic Judaism. Whether that's like taking the Masoretic text, working with that. Some people make associations for like the Masons and Kabbalah. They do all kinds of stuff, right, to mix these together. And so then the critique on Western Protestantism also can read that's like similar to this, right? So then I think that we're gonna even have to be careful there to some degree, right? Because any excuse to talk about basically like a Jewish mind virus, right? To condemn them and see them as like the root of the problem, right? Any critiques, any theological critiques that get near that are going to start to be read that way by certain folks that are being cautious of woke right stuff, right? Like James Lindsay's larger crew and otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for me, the easy thing, now I can spot it and I can see it and I can think about it. But it's one of the things I rarely get, like, if anybody knows me, my kids would tell you I say this. Victim mindset is not allowed in our house. Okay. Like, no, we are not victims. So I told my boys at the time, this was true. I said, listen, here's some, before they're getting ready to go off to college, here's, when you think about this, one, you can't go work for a mega national corporation because you are not going to get promoted. And if you are, you would be the exception. You can't go work in mainstream academia because unless you're willing to be silent and go along, you're not going to get promoted or tenured, right? And so I said, but by the way, that's just what the rules of the game are. No problem. We're going to figure out a way to be successful regardless. So get into a business, find other things where that doesn't apply. I was preparing them for the world that they were going to go into, right? And to not give them some false hope, like maybe some millennials were, which is you pay all this money for this pointless degree and then you can't make money on the backside of it. I mean, to me, that, again, Jacob and I have talked about this. He didn't have people that told him that. Like if he would have been my son, I had the conversation. I said, by the way, what job are you going to get with this degree that you're going, like, think about those things, right? And don't go spend $200,000 to become, for example, if you wanted to be just a primary educator, don't go to Harvard and take out loans to do that. You're never going to be able to pay them off. Like, come on, let's figure this out. So, for me, spotting the resentment and the victimhood is really easy. And so if you run into people in your own life that you see that, I live in places where in the 12 steps, they talk about resentment is the number one offender. It is the thing that takes us down, particularly, but that applies to human beings too, right? So we have to root out resentment, right? And it's of people, places, and things. And so what that does is it exposes it out, not just to people, but places, things, right? Women, the man, the world. Like those are you actually list those resentments down. You list why you have the resentment, and you have to get rid of your resentment against the world, against the man, against the system, against the mainstream press, whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. Right? So really the antidote is getting people to recognize that. And if you see someone exhibiting those behaviors, no matter where it is, that's how you heal that.
Well, it's Adam blaming and pointing versus taking it all on your shoulders.
100%.
Yeah.
Log in your own eye, right? Pick up your own cross. Quit complaining. Quit whining. Get up. Let's go, right? Rub some dirt on it. Like, a little less talk, a little more action. Like, get out of that talking therapy and get your ass out and do something. Like, just say it.
Yeah, I think, the thing... I
know that was controversial, people, but I had to throw it out there.
The thing to recognize is, there's this... So, it's just, there's this huge swath of young men, the 60% of young men that aren't going to college, 60% of men don't go to church, and many of those who do still fall into this category of just not having a good plan, or our culture just doesn't have a place for them other than for them to more or less stay in mom's basement, work at a gas station, work at Walmart, and that's about it. And the thing is, though, is that whoever can inspire that group of young men and be able to forge an actual path that leads them to responsible adulthood, that will determine the future culture that we have. It might be incel revolution, like that's what if all hists fear, but it could be also something good if we can, if Christians can get their act together, which is kind of why, I think the metagelical thing is really important in some ways because churches can't do it on their own, denominations can't do it on their own, like in a locality like of a city, the people that are trying to create a positive path for the future need to be able to work together, which this space is a good start at that, and I just think it needs to continue.
Yeah, Rudyard's probably right about what will happen at the very least in pockets. The question is how big,
Well, yeah, and I mean the thing is like, because if you think about it, it's like if somebody could really, like, I almost feel like the one thing that there is an and this is funny how like the aesthetics things come into it. The aesthetics of Islam is very foreign and unappealing to like most Americans. But if there was like an Islam that looked cooler, you know, and it could be some kind of a bad version of Christian nationalism or something, like that would draw a lot of that would attract a lot of people.
So I'm gonna kind of hopefully wrap this up with Jacob Banger. We started by attacking the Trinity. Now we'll end by attacking Paul Vanderklay.
Oh no.
I think you're right that we're seeing important things and we need to work towards actually resolving them. That's why I was so excited about your Tecton school. I think it is the best single idea to come out of this little corner or whatever it is. And why I am so upset and angry that we haven't been able to get behind supporting your Tecton school and making it happen. Similar thing with Fountain of Comfort, which I am still attempting to make happen. And unfortunately, not making as much. So I had certain parameters for myself. I set standards that I was not, you know, if I received too little support, I was if I received less than $1,000 in the first year, I was going to I was just going to give it up. We received almost $3,000 the first year. Our fiscal year ends soon. I guess I have to look. I doubt we even raised $2,000 this year. Probably closer to 1,000. And at some point, I'm going to have to say, okay, we're going to donate this to a different project that does the type of work that we wanted to do. But look, if we're serious about this, to Michael's point about embodiment and Gnosticism, we have to put this into real, actual work. My channel is a thing because on Tuesday, there was a bunch of young men in the rec room of my condo having a discussion. And on Saturday, we are having a communal birthday party for all of us who were born in June. That's real. That's not just effing talking about it. And if first of all, please donate to Fountain of Comfort. It would be very nice.
That you stuck that grift so well, Jacob.
Thank you. If July 1st comes around and I look at how much was donated to Fountain of Comfort and it's less than $1,000, that's going to be very depressing. I seriously, I haven't looked in months.
You might be a millionaire, Jacob.
I doubt very much I'm a millionaire. And it's an actual 501c3. It's not, you're not giving, there's a reason I made it an actual 501c3 with an actual board of directors. And you can see who the people are on the board of directors, right? Like it's like I could be asking you to buy me a coffee or to you know, do super chats. And frankly, I've gotten way more super chats than I wish I did. Let's make this real.
Buy the book, support Tectonic School. Let's do it.
Hey,
I have to say the book is much. I mean,
it's
I
too
love the
big.
book,
Hey, well, no, look,
but very little of it describes the Tecton School.
well, so I just finished reading Aaron Wren's book, Life in the Negative World, and he very excellently articulates all the same important ideas that I tried to get across in my book in a much slimmer, succinct volume. So it's a very good, it's a very, very good analysis of this is where we are. This is the general path we should take forward.
We've
I would
been
recommend
doing
that.
this analysis for 8 years now.
Yeah, but he does have solutions in there too, of which mine aligns very closely. So we're supposed to talk next week.
It's a lot of watching though, and the watching, clearly we're a certain kind of people that aren't so prevalent that you just can find them in your local community, within your church or whatever, right? So it happens here, and how much these things and these spaces and these conversations, how much any of us organize enough to materialize real in-person things, I don't know. But being seeds within our existing communities that we actually are a part of and are embedded in, that's already happening, and that's for sure.
Michael, it was 2 or 3 years ago that you were in my living room.
Yeah. But
I mean, you've been to the rec room.
Yeah,
yeah.
I've got my stripes on in-person TLC things. I've visited people. I've done the things, but I appreciate that this is thinky talky space in order for some digestion and some rumination, right? In order to be able to, we're going exploring outside the boundaries, finding something interesting and taking it back to people that won't leave the boundaries.
Well, I want to thank you guys first off, because instead of reading other people, this is where I like to vet things. So I ask stupid questions because I wanted to figure this out. I have a better, for the first time now, at least a start of an understanding of the woke right thing. So thank you, gentlemen. One of the things is you pointed out the fountains of comfort and having young men over when Michael Satori, Tectonic. I've been ruminating on this a lot, and this goes back to the feminism thing or whatever, but we are it's the marriage crisis. I think when we think about birth rate collapse, which is massive, when we talk about meaning crisis, when we talk about depression, loneliness, the anxieties, is that at the end of the day, we need to destroy this idea that young men and women shouldn't be getting married in their 20s. You have to have enough money and get your career. That stuff all works itself out. If you will, I promise you will figure it out, and you can still accomplish things. But we have destroyed, and so when you have societies with large numbers of single young men, you know what happens there. And if you also have large single women, this is the first time in history where we have this large number of women that haven't had children. Talk to a mother of the profound effect that is at a deep, deep level for many, not all, but for many. And so, but what do I tell the young guy? I stole it from someone, but I've said it, and I've actually seen it in action. So I have a lot of young guys, a lot of young Christian guys want to get married, right? Or even someone in a 12-step program want to get married. And that's part of, and they're trying to figure out, well, I'm going to go here to date or to date. I say, whoa, wait, here. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and I'll add everything else. You get yourself, in a Jordan Peterson way, clean up your room. Get yourself right. And if you start changing yourself and doing those things, so you guys are doing things that are getting men active and healthy, right? And community, then God can trust you with a woman who is deserving, that type of woman you would really want, right? because he's not going to give her to a messed up, that sort of a thing. And so I think a lot like Fountain of Comfort, I think heals wounds, which are important, because if you can heal some wounds, Jacob, then you become a much better potential partner for someone. Now they'll go through it with you, but it's easier if you fix some of your crap before you bring it into the marriage and lob it all over them. But we are dealing with this marriage crisis, this meaning crisis, this birth collapse crisis. I think at the core, we've lost that connection and that family. And on the flip side, the divorce crisis, the inability to stay in a covenantal relationship despite the difficulties, and the misunderstanding that marriage is the ultimate battleground, whether you're a Jewish couple or a Christian couple, of working out the kingdom of God and working out your own connection to it. Until we get that, I think, at the core of it, until that gets fixed, we're going to have these vast societal problems.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. So I'm going to toot my own horn again. I have married people who talk to me about their need for counseling and finding counseling, and I try the best that I can to help guide them towards good counseling. This is a major part of Fountain of Comfort. The fact is, one of the things about the TLC that I love is Shelley and Nate have 3 kids, right? And Cassidy and Ferdy are working on it. And
Karen Long pointed out another couple that just got married. Like anybody who says we aren't doing real world things here, it's totally bogus. We are.
I get baby pictures on a regular basis. And that means literally the world to me. Literally means the world to me. But one of the things that Paul Vanderklay has said is he only sends people to a therapist if he thinks they need to get a divorce, which is completely understandable, because the idea behind all of the things that I have certainly learned in taking, like, this is my hopefully last semester of classes in what you call it in for my master's degree. So supposedly I already know everything I need to know to be that marriage counselor, despite the fact I'm not married, never have been, don't have kids. So why are you asking me? But whatever. It's because I plagiarized the rabbis, and that's why. Because every single answer I give you is an answer a rabbi has given me. But okay, whole other thing. But all of these various crises ultimately come down to bigger problems, and we're talking about a lot of the bigger problems. At ultimately, we have to be able to bring it all the way down from Deuteronomy 6:4 or Mark 12, wherever it is, right? This is the most important thing. This is the most important thing. Jesus said that, and I agree with him 100% because he was plagiarizing rabbis, as Christians do. But like, okay, you get all the way from monotheism down to actual real world. What am I going to do? Right? And spending 4.5 hours on this stream is beautiful and nice, but ultimately it has to be real. And that's why the baby pictures matter. And that's why the bank account numbers matter. And that's why whether the Tecton school happens matters. So I'll leave it with that, unless there's anything else you guys want to say.
You're right about living in an archetypal world. You're so very, very, very right about that. And those archetypes are at fractal layers. Okay. And we're watching it happen. So we have to have impact locally, and the corner outpunches its weight on influence. Right? Bunch of ragtag rando people. We outpunch our weight. So we're watching things happen, and we're being mindful of these archetypes at play, and when there's growth of certain ones, right? So we have different worldviews depending on what to do about them. But being able to discuss them, notice them, like being watchful, attending, right? There's a lot of importance in that, and being able to digest and name these things. So I'm glad we're doing it.
And we'll leave with a tribute to our patron saint, the holy martyr, Michael Servetus. May God his blood. I'm going to use host's prerogative to put the Reverend Parcells to bed, because he does need to get up in the morning.
Sorry, Reverend. Thank you.
But before he goes, I have a question. Let's say, God forbid, that I were to burn somebody at the stake for not being a Trinitarian, and I did not repent of that. Is that a salvation issue?
Sometimes Jacob takes that devil's advocate thing too
Isn't there
far.
a proverb that says something like, "Don't answer a fool according to his folly"?
But there's a proverb that says, "Answer a fool according to his folly."
There is. Exactly right. And I'm going to leave it to you guys to determine, which of those was applicable in this situation as I go. So, but anyhow, good.
Thank you, Reverend.
Good to
Thank
chat
you.
with you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
The